Okay, starting up the streams. Just making sure I got the quality options. I do. Great. Hello, Internet. This is stream number 410. It's the second stream since I've returned to Twitch after about a month and a half break. And I'm going to be continuing the work I did yesterday, which is to port to Rust the URI parser generator that I had written in C++. The reason why I'm porting what I had made myself and not using an existing crate, again, it's because I couldn't find one out there that is fully compliant. I like compliance to standards. It's one thing I'm sort of annoys me when, especially when a library claims to have compliance, it claims to be implementation of an RFC, and it just has bugs and a strange design. So my my goal is to use the existing unit tests that I have and implement code to make those tests pass. Oh, who is this? 715209 and Toulouse. Thank you for the resub, Toulouse. 15 months. That's like a year and 3 months. How are you guys doing? Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to be using existing unit tests, which I have already ported from C++, and I'm going to use this test to validate my Rust implementation to make sure it's fully compliant. And if I, in the future, if I find mistakes, then I'm going to sort of hold myself to the standard of writing a unit test to cover that to fix it. I'm doing pretty well. I missed you too, 715209. And hey there, Lazy Guru. Look at that Adam emote. ACY hi. Back to you. All right. Let me think. Yeah, okay. So where I left off yesterday, I had been looking at some of the warnings in the code I ported so far, and one of them was this one. And it says the must use attribute. So I looked that up before the stream. And hold on, I need to go find which window that I put that in. This one. So this attribute, let's make sure we can read that without chat overlapping it. It's basically for generating a warning if someone uses a function but doesn't use the return value. So I didn't know about this attribute before. So Clippy is just being proactive and saying, hey, you might want to annotate your code right here to say, hey, if someone calls path, they should be using the value that's returned and not just ignore it. So, hey there, Tim. How are you doing today? All right, so I think we're just going to add it. Must use. Reason. You called path to get the path. So why you no use? This is a string that's included any warning that's emitted if you were to call this function and not use the return value. So I have license to be to have bad humor in my messages. Hey there, Red Rampage Crumpet. How are you doing today? Can only stop by for a few moments, but it's always streaming. Want to say, oh, thank you, Tim, for stopping by, and hello to you too. You guys should check out Tim's stream because he is making his games and his game engine by himself, and he has a very good discipline for indie game development. He shows throughout the whole process, everything on stream, how you handle it technically, how do you handle it as a business, etc. It's a great stream. Also, he's really into racing games, so if you like racing games too, Tim's stream is a place to be. Rust can force you to use the output. It's not that it forces you. It will just give you a warning message. It's basically saying, I want the users of my library to get a compiler warning if they don't use the return value of my function. And I believe I'm only getting that warning because I am telling the linter, please be pedantic. I believe if I turn off the pedantic warning, I won't be warned myself for not requiring a warning from others. Yeah, there's little things like this that make me think I could find this annoying, or I could find it really cool in that it's helping guide me towards setting up a really clean and robust interface for my code. So like another example here, this warning is about saying, hey, you're not using self, so maybe you meant this to be an associated function, which is associated function in Rust means like a class method, or like a method of a class that doesn't need an instance, or you can think of it as a static. So it's saying, hey, you're not using self, maybe you can just make it static, right? So in this case I can. I don't know why it's telling me this though. Oh, yeah, because it has no reference to say what the lifetime is. But anyway, I do want to eventually use the self, so we're going to keep that warning in for now. Ran into a neat C++ thing, perhaps the first time in a long time playing with it. Oh, yeah, the alternate way of typecasting. So like auto x equals int 42. Or you could say auto x equals int 42. It's the same thing, right? Did you make this yourself or fixing crate? I'm making it myself. Let's look at Tim's tweet. Make sure I understand correctly. Making my own crate because I looked at two different crates. One, in fact, claims compliance and it just has bugs. Exodus on object crate. Return without the return. Oh, yeah, if you don't return it, then you're just making it temporary, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's because of the syntax, right? That this is the same as this. It's just a construction or a cast, however you want to think about it. And if you don't do something with it, then it's basically throwing away a temporary. A temporary named value? It has a name? Hold on, what? I must have missed that part. Really? That's a declaration of a local variable called val? Okay, I didn't know that either. Are you sure? Huh. Okay, I didn't know that either, Tim. Tim, when I look at this, I think of this. That it's just a way of calling the constructor to make it temporary. Yeah, I know. I saw that. It says redefinition, which means that this is a definition of val. But I would have been wrong if I had read this without seeing your post. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. We should give Tim a point for helping humanity. Helping humankind find obscure things in C++. It is very weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that later because that shakes my assumption about what that syntax means. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing down here. I'm gonna keep the to-do around because I think Silent Z is onto something with the asref, but I didn't have time to look into it yesterday. This is you wanted to use that scheme. You wanted to use that scheme. You wanted to use that scheme, right? All right. I'm mostly cleaning up warnings from yesterday's work. These warnings, I'm not going to clean if you have. They're just saying that we never use them. That's because I haven't written code to use them yet. So those warnings are okay for now. Okay, yeah, I wanted to change... I wanted to either implement taking the path and putting it into a string, or I want to make it so you can get the path as either a vector of segments or as a string. And I need to decide which one I would rather have. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, C++ is weird, but hey, every language is weird in some way, I think. I can't think of a language that isn't weird in some way. All right, so what am I looking for? I think I want to look at what did I do in the C++ interface there for path. Get path. Oh, I did do it as a vector. Okay. I suppose that would be true to my old interface. Maybe I'll have an alternative that turns it back into a string, or maybe we just let the user do a collect, an iteration, collect into it from an iteration of the vector. Yeah, so we're going to just change this to be a reference to a vec of strings. And then we can just say self.path. And then we have no warning. All right, cool. So I think where I want to continue, now that I have all the warnings that I want to get rid of, these, again, we'll get rid of as soon as we use those fields, is, oh, we have a compiler warning. A compiler error, need to fix that. Oh, yeah, because of this. Oh, yeah, I think I do. I think this has to do with what Silence, or what, who was it? Silenzy was telling me to do. And I've lost my place. Where am I? Up here. That, the asref. I think I want to do that. I want to at least look up what that is. Refamiliarize myself with this stuff. I guess we're looking at docs. Asref performs the conversion. Well, can I just I suppose I need to look at the asref trait. There we go. Have I been using Rust a lot? Not at all. I have taken a break from streaming, and for that break I was doing contract work, and it was in C++. In fact, it was Microsoft C++, which is like a dialect of C++. So like I came away from that with a strange accent, if you can believe it. Hey there, Rusty Yado. Option asref? Yeah, probably. I just want to read up on asref again, since I am needing refreshment. Not the asref trait. So they're not related, because by their names they seem related to me. So okay? You're saying option has its own asref. Okay. Oh, right. Because we don't want a reference to an option. We want an optional reference. Yeah. Didn't know there was a Microsoft C++. Yeah, you want to see some of it? It's like a strange dialect. We will go to... Where will we go to? Without... I don't want to, like, talk too much about the actual contract work, because it's sort of... I'm not supposed to talk about, because it's all proprietary stuff, but if we go to the MSDN, and we search for, I don't know, what's I tell you? Why is it putting that in autocomplete? What do I want to type here? Like, my mind is drawing a blank. Driver entry, I guess. Ugh. Hold on. I think I gotta take this call. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that phone call. It had to do with the contract I just finished. I wanted to make sure I didn't have any other questions. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys a little bit of the Microsoft dialect. But I need to actually show... Here we go. All right. I'll keep going until I find a good example. My dog just started barking. I didn't know why. It's like hair trigger response to people walking by. I want to find a good example. No, not add device. Hold on, let me think. Okay, I'm drawing a blank. Okay, I'll look at an example driver. Let's see if I can find the code for it. Yeah, they're not gonna... Oh, actually, I don't... If I take off sysvad and I go to GitHub. Yeah, this will work. I can just click on any one of these files. Yeah, okay, so this is Microsoft dialect to C++. You'll see some really strange things in about it, like this kind of annotation stuff. It's all done through a combination of Microsoft extensions to the compiler and some really wacky macros. But this is how their linter is told the semantics of the parameters to methods. So this is a pointer to, 8-bit unsigned characters. Microsoft has their own type defs for integers, so that's another kind of weird dialect Microsoft uses. But anyway, this is just a pointer to some bytes, right? So to tell the linter a little bit more about it, it says, well, we're actually writing to the buffer pointed to by that pointer, and the number of bytes that we're writing to that buffer is going to be conveyed by this other parameter. So there's almost like a little interior language here describing how the parameters relate to each other. And there are other things in here, like they have their own versions of assert, and what else? They have their own inside the Windows kernel. They have their own library for that replaces the C standard library. So instead of doing memset, you do RTL zero memory. So I had a month and a half long of working on this stuff. So yeah, I guess it's okay to say I was doing a Windows driver. And then there's a little bit of parallelism to Microsoft COM. So a lot of functions, instead of throwing an exception, they return an error status. And NT success is a macro that says if it's not a success result, then here's our error path. And yeah, they use gotos. I tried to avoid using gotos in my own code, but they do it a lot in Microsoft code. So yeah. You can see it's a little bit different from your ordinary C++. You don't have to show up yet, but I wanted to. Hey there, Lentil Stew Dragon. And Flyboy 1565, hello. Long time no watch, yeah. I was not streaming because I was doing a full-time consulting gig, doing a Windows driver, of all things. All right, so the solution to my current problem is I don't want to return a reference. I want to return that. So as ref is the answer here, right? So I want to do as ref, and I want this to be an optional reference to a string, and then we're good. So I'll probably want to do the same thing here. Actually, no. There we are. We really are letting them borrow the vector, aren't we? Yeah. And then do I need to change this? Okay, so this needs to be different because we're not working with strings anymore. So I suppose I just do vec. Actually, can I make something convertible to an array slice? What if I just do array slice? It's not convertible, is it? Bummer. Oh, is it because these are not strings? It's going to look very weird. Okay. Can't compare a string with the vector. Oh. Yeah, I didn't mean to compare. Oh, we can't. Okay, we can't compare an array of strings with a vector of strings. Partial equal is not implemented for an array. I wonder if it works if we do it in the other direction. Nope. Same error. You can compare a vector with an array. It's not implemented. I thought I told it to take a slice. Yeah, it has no difference. XKCD292, which one's that? Oh, the go-to one? I could restructure the program's flow, or use one little go-to instead. Screw good practice. How bad can it be? Dinosaur eats him. Okay, that's a good one. I like that one. Oh, they use it a lot there. I think C++ is smart enough to unwind correctly even in that case, right? As long as you use it for error returns. But I could be wrong. I didn't use it myself. I would just tolerate their libraries, which did use it. Okay, obviously I can't do this. I really want the convenience of comparing with a string, so I suppose what I want to do is just make it a vector for now. Can I make... Okay, I forget how to do this, so I'm going to look it up. I need to know how to Rust make a vec from array. I don't need a video. There we go. What? Oh, 2vec. Okay. So, does that mean I can do... what if I make a helper for this? Because I also need to convert it to strings, right? Oh, let me do it once without a helper. So it's like that. 2vec. It's, yeah, it's gonna complain that it can't compare strings with slices, right? Actually, it's almost correct. There we go. Just needed to borrow. Okay, so because I have to do these two strings, which is ugly, I think I would like to have a helper for that. Oh no, that works. If that works, then I'm okay with that. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, all right. We'll go with that. Okay, so I think I'm going to be implementing a little bit more because we're probably going to get to a not implemented. Yeah, so parse from string no scheme is not implemented. Let's do that. I'm basically going to implement everything until the test passes. Where was it again? What was it again? Parse from... Oh, wait. It's this line I need to go to. Decode element. Okay, cool. Got to do decode element next. So I'm going to port from the C++ decode element. Let's do it. Paste. All right. So we're going to be using element. I don't think I need to do this business here. I was doing that because I wanted to... What was I trying to do here? Oh, the way the semantics of this worked was I couldn't combine the output with a error status, so I had a separate, and I reused the input as an output. That's why we're moving the original and clearing, and so it becomes the output. So I don't need to do all this stuff. Okay, decoding percent encoded character. Let's just convert that to snake. Convert to snake case, please. Thank you. Hey there, C17R. How are you today? It's good to be streaming again. My goal, now that I'm back from my contracting gig and able to stream again, is I want to make it stress-free. So my stream might be a little bit different. Particularly, I probably won't have a fixed schedule. I'll be streaming when it's more convenient, not trying to, like, you know, sacrifice other things to make sure I start and stop at the right times. I'm not that rich. It was only a month and a half. It was a fun challenge. It was writing a Windows driver. So I had to do the Microsoft dialect of C++, working with that stuff. It was interesting. I should I should ask if I could, how much I could talk about it, because some of it was pretty interesting. All right. So, yes, I just need to say that, don't I? And then this is mute. Okay, so then, oh, we have to have the decoder. Okay. I might have to do a side project to implement that before we can finish that whole thing. Well, let's write it assuming that we had a percent encoded decoder. So, let that equal new. So that class doesn't, that structure doesn't exist yet, but let's pretend it does. And so we're just iterating over this, right? So element dot map, well, iter or chars map C to what? To that. And then at the end, we're returning OK. And I need to have an output somewhere. So isn't there a string builder in Rust? Maybe I should be using that. Something tells me there is. Rust string builder. I thought there was. Is it just string? I thought there was another class, another type for building strings. I guess for now we'll just use string. So let mute. We'll call it decoding, I guess, or output. String new. At the end here, it's going to be OK output. All right, okay, so then for every character, if we're decoding a percent encoded character, then we're going to feed in, let's fix the name here. Snake case. Next encoded character. Okay, so this should just be like an early return. Like that, and then remove the if, right? What are we going to do with the result? The result is going to be, I guess we can say, you still work on my game? Yeah. But haven't in a month and a half. I'm building back up to make my game have more Rust in it. The how do I say this? Before I went on break, I was sort of hyper focused to get everything going on the game, And I think that led to burnout. So with the stream reboot, I guess you could say, I'm trying to keep it less stressful. So I do want to eventually keep the momentum going on the game, but I'm going to do it in a way where there's not a whole lot of pressure on me. This is sort of a long-term goal. Right now, I'm really interested in getting more practice in Rust and building up these building blocks that I like, either from libraries out there you can get with Cargo or my own libraries. Building blocks for building bigger things. So like right now I'm doing URI because I eventually want to have my my web server stuff that my web framework stuff that I have a lot of things, including the game and my stream overlay and other stuff based upon. I want that in Rust. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'll either continue work on the game as it is architected, or I might redo some parts in Rust. But right now, I'm totally what's keeping me motivated is the challenge of learning Rust and then using it and getting more practice on it. So we'll get back to the game at some point. Let's see. All right. This one relied only on its side effects, right? Maybe I should have it return a result bool. So then we can just say if that. Actually, I don't need parentheses because it's Rust, right? And then go straight into here. And then output dot, is it push? Oh, it is push. Look at that. Cool. So then we can just say that, right? I wonder if instead of return, we should just have this. I should just say output dot push this. And that's even simpler, right? I think I know what I want to do instead. We'll have it be, because there are three conditions. It could either be an error. How do I show this? Go back to the C++. It could either be an error, or it could be done, or it could be not done. So can I represent all three in one result? If I have a result option char, maybe? And then the three possibilities are error, or okay none, or okay some char, right? Right, so then what I could do was a if let, right? Yeah. If let some do I override C? I guess so. We can, right? Yeah. And then it's just output.push C. Okay. Yes. Can I just... I don't need to construct a new one, do I? We can just reuse the old one. Alright, so then... What's it not like about this? Unnecessary parentheses, yeah. Don't need those parentheses. Don't need them here either. Alright, so then... allowed characters. 11 months, Crumpet. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here so long and enduring my absence and all that. Okay, it's not contains, right? It's has? No. Oh, it is contains. It's just lowercase. And we don't need parentheses. So these overlapping warnings and errors are kind of annoying for me. This should be capital sum. What does it not like about this whole block? Probably because of the return. Okay, so if it's just output.push C. Okay, and then this, I think we do error. And then we need to make a new error type. What did I do back in here? Okay, okay. What do I call this? I guess call it illegal character? Which one? Oh, thanks, Crumpet. That's scheme with illegal character. What if I make it more generic? Illegal character. And if I wanted to be more specific, I could catch the error internally and change it to a specific one. We'll just make it illegal character for right now. String, well, rendering. What word do I put in here? I'll just leave it the way it is. Illegal character. All right. Illegal character. Incompatible types, right? So this should just be an early return. Can be collapsed. Really? Please do so. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, it's all fine here. Fine. Yo, it's fine? Wait a minute. Is my bot awake? Okay, so is it not? It is fine. What's the link now? I have one. What is it? I don't have the notebook link correct either. Do I care? I don't know. Wrong screen. Fine. This is fine. That's what it is. This is fine. There we go. There's your burning dog. Unneeded return. Why is it unneeded return here? I think this is needed because these other things don't return. Oh, wait, we can't because there's a closure there. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a problem, right? How do we terminate the map early and return back out? This is where, like, again, I haven't used Rust long enough to intuitively know what to do. There's your burning dog. Yeah, there, Razor X. Yeah, someone put the this is fine emote from someone else's channel in there. Some co-fine too. I guess I want to look at iter, don't I? Iterator. I just want to look at iterator. Is it map while? No, that's experimental. I could just do a Bing search again. Rust map Exit early. Error. Let's remove the word exit. Return early. Oh, here we go. Someone has already asked it. How do I stop an iteration and return an error in map when it returns the result? Let's see what someone said. So you can move the result outside and the iterator will take care of the rest, including stopping iteration if an error is found. Wait, what? Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you, Arashjun. I'm glad to be back. And LumaCode, hello again. You can move the result outside and iterators will take care of the rest, including stopping iteration if an error is found. But that's not what map said, right? You just return the error. Yeah, I want it to bubble all the way out. Like in fact, oh, is that what it's telling me? That I could just do that and it would stop early? Because the type of this is now result of none, result of unit. It's easier to use for each. Yeah, I was thinking I don't really need map because I'm not actually doing anything with the output, right? You're right about that. Thank you and hello. Rambane, thank you. Let me give you 2 points because that's your first point here. Without the exactly. That's a C++ habit. Okay, there's something still not right. I wonder if it has to do with this class not existing yet, or if it's something else. Expected unit type found enum. Probably because I have to say okay down here. No? Then this does need to be returned, right? No? Okay, let me not go so fast. Does it want me to put the OK in every arm here? No, that's not what. Is for each expecting something different? I think with for each I can't have a result. And hey there, some dude. The problem right now is me trying to learn how to intuitively write stuff in Rust. So I'm going over all of the characters in element, and we're possibly decoding percent encoded characters. Otherwise, we're just seeing if it's allowed. But there are some cases where we get illegal characters. Either the character is outright illegal, or there's something wrong in the percent encoded character. So that should do an early return. And the problem is just me understanding basic Rust stuff because I'm still learning it. So I think for each doesn't want me to return a result from the closure. It wants me to return nothing. I can go back to map, I guess. Yeah. And then borrow the character there. And then we're okay, except for I need to have that class. But yeah. Rambrain was saying it's easier to use for each, but I don't know how to use for each and yet have early returns. Think using return error should make it work? Basically return to leave the function, yeah. Not only should it leave the map, but it should leave the function. Actually, does that mean I need to look at the return value of map? You can't return from for each, otherwise it wouldn't go over each item. You have to make a vector of error items and references. Okay, maybe I should take a step back for now and do it like I do in C++, where I just use a for each. until I get, let's revisit this and try to use iterators once I get better at Rust. Okay, for now though, let's just see if for C in element chars, and then just do a straight loop, and then we can just do returns. And I don't need these OKs. I just say return that. Because that I know will work. It's just not using the it's not using iterators to their fullest, right? We are still using an iterator, but yeah, it's not cool. Hey, but maybe it just works for now until I get better at it. Maybe I'll come back at this a month and from now and say, silly past Raimu. If only you had understood how to use map and for each better. Oh, this is supposed to be no stress? Yeah, this is the way I do it, the no stressful way, is I back up and I just do it the way I know how to do it, even if it's not idiomatic. You could do the find if and set the condition to when you want to exit. Yeah, maybe. Let me put that in here and give you a point. Thank you, Leonardo. And give you another point since that's your first point here. And hello, by the way. Yeah, we'll leave that in there and revisit it. I think I need a percent encoded character decoder. So let's make one. Let's make a new file called percent encoded character decoder.rs. I guess it's going to want me to make it in snake case, isn't it? Save that. All right, and then this is a struct. We will need some state, right? And this is I forget which. Would you put the pub on that one? I think so. And then pub function new. We'll need a new that returns a self and does something. It's not implemented yet. And implemented. It's weird that it didn't autocomplete that for me. And then a public next encoded character. What if I just make it next? There we go. Simplify. And then that gets a character. Well, C is a character. And returns the result option character. Unimplemented. It can't help me again. I don't know why. Can you post links? There's a take while iterate method that looks like it does what you want. Sure, you can post a link for that. And then I will include it in my to-do to revisit later, and I'll be greatly appreciative. Actually returns an option, so not much use. Okay, yeah, no problem. You found this, okay. Okay, let me just save that for later. Thank you, 715209. In fact, let's put these as separate paragraphs. There we go. Thank you both. All right. I should probably have tests for this guy too, right? So I should probably port over the existing tests I have. I need to repeat this, don't I? I think I do. I think every module has to say that. And the way we do tests is test module, right? This thing. Rather than having to memorize it, I'm just shamelessly stealing it from the other module. Okay, so let's take the C++ tests, which we have here. Oh, I probably in the main I have to do a mod, right? Where's the best place to put it? Maybe up here, or maybe over here. Percent encoded character decoder, and then we'll just say use that. Just return error or use the question mark operator. I had the question mark operator in there. I just didn't know how to use it inside of a closure. because I don't know enough about it. Where were we? Yeah, so we're using the question mark operator for there. If we have an error from a percent encoded character. So I just wasn't sure how to make that work when this body was inside a closure, because then we're returning from the closure but not out all the way out of the function, you know? I didn't know how to percolate the error correctly. Okay. Really I want the tests for this, don't I? Yeah. Let's grab those tests. There we go. Good sequences. Let's just copy all of this stuff over to the here. Paste. Whoops. Copy, paste. There we go. All right, so this becomes test, right? Function. We don't need this. This is snake case. All right. And then another test down here. Function. Snake case. All right. And then, so the name goes onto the left with a let mute equal that new. Okay, and then this turns around, right? So it's sequence is a char 2. That's how we do it, right? With the commas. And then this goes over to here. Right, and then we have let test vectors equal, and then in front of here we put all of those right there, and then sequence, and then it's just that, and then expected output. We'll fix that name in a second. There we go. And what's wrong with the comma there? Who dis? Hey, N. Perry. How are you doing? That's some speedy code converting? Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Adding items after statements is confusing since items exist from the start of this. What is it trying to tell me here? I don't know what it's trying to tell me. That it was too much reading. What's this error though? Oh, it's because this arrays in Rust are using the square brackets, right? Yeah, and then this is just better expressed in Rust like this, I believe. All right, and same thing here. Oh, we're gonna have problems with that though, right? It can't be char. I think we're gonna need to change it to U8. And then I need to put a U8 in front of all these, right? Or a B, I think it was. Yeah, there we go. Oh, thank you, Silverlight1042. And hello. Yeah, I'm back. I'm trying to keep things chill and not a lot of pressure. No semicolon. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you. Remember, I'm addicted to semicolons coming from C++. Okay, it's just, I don't understand this warning, but I'm not going to sweat it yet. I think it's just telling me that I have a statement and then I have a structured declaration. I could probably just make it happy by doing that, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, let's move the test vectors up there. Okay, so this, I'm just going to keep it simple. We'll just say for test vector and test vectors. That should have been snake case. Okay, I guess then why do we bother making one outside? We can just put it inside. Okay, and I'm not going to have this done method. We're just going to do next, right? So assert equal. For this one, it will be. Hold on. How does this work? Oh, it's 4 and then 1. Okay. gives you A. 5A gives you Z. 6E gives you N. E1 gives you hex E1. Got it. All right. You find your code works more on the first try in Rust? Yeah, once I get it to compile, that's one of the big reasons why I like it, Leonardo Smith, is that once I finally get to compile without warnings or errors and all that stuff, it usually works the first try. Do you need the loop if you're going to use next? No, the loop is for looping through the test vectors. The next is for each character, so we're calling next twice. I guess I could have an inner loop, but I think since it was only 2 characters, I wanted to keep it simple. So it's going to be pc.next should give me OK none. And then the second call, though, should give me OK sum test vector expected output for pec next. Right? Yeah. So that's it. That's the test. I actually like how it looks in Rust better than I liked how it looked in C++. I think it's a lot more compact. Whereas before I had to call done, and I had to call next, and I had to call get decoded character. Now we've all buttoned it up into next. I like it. The only thing I really don't like, maybe there's a way for me to improve this, I like how you can construct things in C++ very compactly like that. In Rust, I don't like having to refer to the type name for every element, and I don't like having to call out the name of the field. There's probably some syntactic sugar or macro stuff that you guys probably know better than I do to make it look more like that, but I don't like the fact that I don't know it yet. Okay, anyway, let mute pec equal, you don't see how this works? It's looping through this array, and each element of the array is a test vector, right? And with that test vector, we are, oh, the next, okay, that's the problem. I didn't use test vector dot sequence 0 and sequence 1 here. That's probably what was missing, right? And then since it's getting kind of long, I should do that. Is that what maybe was confusing that I had wrong? Yeah, that's what I had wrong. Yeah. I just wasn't thinking. Yeah, we're picking out of this sequence is what we're doing. Okay, so this is a % encoded character new again. And this is just single characters, right? Hold on. No, these are all invalid characters. Right, so we should get an error for every one of these. All right, so this should be just let test vectors equal an array these characters. Okay, and then, yeah, we're making a new decoder, so there was no reason for me to make one outside like that. And then we should just say assert pec next test vector is error, right? Spell that correctly. All right. Aha, I have an error here. Result should have an error. Oh, we need to make our own error type, don't we? Okay, let's make our own error type. No big deal. I've done it up here before. Right here. Right there. This should all be in a module, shouldn't it? Or no, it's already, it gets a module by its own name, right? Okay, that stuff I don't quite remember clearly. Do I need to have a mod statement or not? I don't think so. Using a tuple instead of test vector in general? You mean, like instead of having the struct, just make it a tuple, and then I wouldn't have to have name. I kind of like having names though, especially when we get down into the code. I don't want to have to say like one and have to remember what that means. You don't think I need the mod? Okay. Tuple struct. If I could have the benefits of tuple and along with the benefits of naming the elements of the tuple, that'd be good. But yeah. What the C++ equivalent allowed me to do was have names. Where were we? Have names for the elements and yet keep the construction concise because it just relies on the order in which they're declared, right? Rust doesn't like. Rust won't let me do that. It doesn't like if I do that, right? It says, well, I don't know what to do with that array. It needs me to say, oh yeah, that array goes, fill that in for the sequence. Okay. So this should be just a legal character for now. I don't know what else to say. All right, so then this should all come. Okay, this doesn't compile yet. Why? In the current scope, oh, they need to have a self. What? Oh, this needs to be mute self and the character because it it mutates the state. Now what? Let's hit this one first. Okay. There was a way to do this, right? As ref, maybe? Oh, but I need a type there, right? Something like this, right? Where T is as ref char. Nope, that's still not right. Or, I'm just not good enough at Rust to know what to do here. Hey there, Buff Siegel. Should use this error for the errors. One of the few things you know about Rust, this error for libraries anyhow. Okay, let me look at that later. Learn about using this error to define library errors. You also recommend this error? Well, there we go. We got 2 recommendations. Thank you, Buff Siegel. Looks like there's a macro for named tuples. Ooh. Thank you, Leonardo Smith. Where do I want to talk about that? Down here, right? To do consider named tuples for instead. And that really goes up here. Wrap that. Okay. Cool. I'm going to keep it for now. Let me fix this error. What my intent was is that I could either pass a character or a reference to a character. Like, I don't want to have to manually dereference like that. And this as ref didn't cut it. I probably just did that wrong, so let me get rid of it. Ah! I don't want to have to say dereference that test character. I thought there was a way to automatically dereference here. Something like push for string ought to do that for me, right? Like if I had a let mute s is string new, and I had a s.push test vector, like that works, right? Oh no, it doesn't. It has the same problem. Okay, never mind. Yeah. I guess I will have to do a that. So then that's here and here too, right? Okay, but what's my problem here? Oh, right. Differences between characters and U8. So, yes. The input should be a... No, the input should be a character, right? Hey, what did I do wrong here? I don't know. Char cannot be dereferenced. Oh, those are characters. So it's a that's not the error. The error is something else here. Can't compare error with the partial equal is not implemented for my error. I thought I did implement. What am I doing wrong here? This is my error type, right? Yeah. I think I need to see that bigger. Okay, that's somewhere else. Wait. It's the only error. Where is the other errors? Oh, I'm probably not pulling in the module correctly. Or it's not recompiling the other file? I'm confused. Let's just try the F8 trick. We can read that. We can't compare errors. How did it work before then? Oh, maybe I never compared errors before. In here, I didn't have partial equal. Can I just derive it? Does that make the error go away? It made that one go away. What about this one? Ah. U8. Yeah, the next should return a U8. There we go. Got it. I just didn't add a mismatch in the type returned by next and the one I expected. It has to be U8 because the percent encodings are not UTF-8 characters, they are actual bytes. So they could be invalid UTF-8 sequences. So we had to use U8s for the output of the decoder. The decoder can take UTF-8 characters in because ASCII is a proper subset of UTF-8, but the output is not a subset of UTF-8. So I should might as well just, what I did here, put here as well, so we can compare those later. All right. Okay, so this should run and just, oh, I have to fix something else. I can't run that without fixing the error in URI. Okay, fine. Where is it? It's here. Cannot convert. Oh, but I can make a converter, right? I can say I can make a from. Impl from percent encoded error for error. And then there's a, I'll let this quick fix implement missing members do that for me. So it's always going to be, well, I guess I just do a match. So match error I'm going to have a long word here. I can do this, though. There we go. Okay, yeah, we can't push a character in. So this output can't be a string, then. It has to be a vector of U8s. Yeah. So that's like that, I think. And then if it's allowed, then we know it's in. Yeah, we know it has to be ASCII, so I can just convert it. Yeah, okay, there we go. You can autofill match. I don't know what autofill match means. Okay, so yes. The problem is then the path can't, and the path segments can't be strings either. So this is percolating up everywhere, isn't it? So path is a vector of U8 vectors. Actually, I think we're going to have the same problem with query and fragment. Those can't have, those can have invalid UTF-8 sequences. Like, let it fill the branches for you? Oh, I don't know what the key is for that. We're gonna have the same problem here, right? All of these can be like that too. The only one thing that's guaranteed to fit into a string is the scheme, I think. Because the scheme is very limited in the characters that it can have. I can see myself making string equivalents of some of these things now. Yeah. Well, all of these methods need to be updated. So parse fragment U8, parse path U8. So this is a vector of vectors. So this would just be a vector new. Okay. Is this correct? What if I have some percent encodings in... What if I need to percent encode the path? Did I not do that in the C++? Parse path. Oh, I did. I had to decode them out here. That's what it was. Okay. So they need to be percent encoded in string form. Yes. So then this path then is a string at first. Yes. Okay. So then, well, just go back to that. There we go. But when it comes out decoded, so okay, I have to use a different type then. I have to make, like, let's call it segments or something. Or we can call this one let path encoded. Yeah. And then we're going to have a let path decoded equal, this is a mutable. Actually, I can use a collect here, right? I can actually do what Silenzy was asking me to do. I can say, okay, path encoded dot map segment to decode segment that, right? Oh, I do have to do iter? Into iter? Okay. This is probably why I didn't do it yesterday, because I couldn't figure it out. Oh, I need to do a collect. I think that's what it's telling me. And then a question mark? This might be the tricky thing. The question mark operator can only be used in a closure that returns a result. Right, I need the closure to return a result. Do I need to annotate the type then? I think I do, right? I need to say this yields a result of vec u8 error. No? Did I get that wrong? Remove the question mark from the closure? Oh, and let the map take care of it. I see what you're saying. So then I don't actually... So what did I get wrong with that syntax? I presume I don't need that to say the return value since it's obvious here. So what did I do wrong? Value of type vector vectors of U8s cannot be built from iterator over elements of type result. The trait from iterator is not implemented. You need a turbofish to collect? Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. How does Rust compare? It's 100 times more difficult than C++ nanoblit. That's my opinion. Yeah. I think it's 100 times more difficult than C++, but worth it. If you want the confidence that once the code is compiling without errors and warnings, it's probably doing the right thing without as many bugs. And hello there, by the way. Hey there, Silent Z. I forgot to say hi, and also Kamundi, I forgot to say hi. Okay, what am I doing wrong with my collect here? Wrong error. Hey there, Marco Dev. How are you doing? Does the closure return? It should. This decode element returns a... it could return an error, but it's supposed to return, if it's okay, a vector of UNates. So this should be a vector of UNates. Unless you're saying I need to collect it as a result or something. And then question mark at the end? One, two, three. Okay, not enough syntax. See, now we're going into territory I don't quite understand what I'm doing. Yeah, I couldn't stream for the last month and a half because I was doing a contracting job, but that wrapped up last weekend. So I have the bandwidth and the energy to do streaming again. Need more syntax. No okay, no question mark. Okay, oh, because the collect handles it for me? I see. Yeah, because it's just going to return a result, right? Well, ultimately, we're returning that, which is... Hold on, I don't have enough... I don't have the right punctuation here, do I? This goes out here, doesn't it? Ah, there we go. Just let it return the whole result, yes. Okay, so let me see if I understand this. So any of these decodings could generate a an error. I guess we're relying on map to turn it into the correct type. No, we're depending on collect to return the correct type, right? So that project is the overall life goal that Raimu has, but it doesn't reflect what we're doing today because we're working on building blocks today because I'm really into Rust now and I want to get more of the building blocks of my game working in Rust. So the game is going to have to wait until I get stuff working in Rust because that's what I want to be using now. Okay, I think the magic here that I didn't quite get is that we turn, at this point, it's a vector of, well, it's an iterator, because map turns an iterator into an iterator, right? Okay, well, it turns it into a map which implements iterator. So technically, it's a map of what? What if I just have the compiler tell me what it is? Let x equal that, and then x to collect. What is x? It is a map into iter string with a closure that returns a result. How do I say result vec u8 error? It's a fallible vector of bytes. It's a fallible closure that returns a vector of bytes. Map just loops over it. But, okay. Yeah, so this is constructing something that will, like this is lazy, right? It's not actually iterating it yet. It's the collect that does the iteration. So the collect is where the magic is, right? This is one of the more powerful methods in the standard library using a variety of context. Okay, a collection of result TE can be thought of as a single result collection TE. That's the magic, right? That I didn't get at first. Okay. There we go. I think that the iteration doesn't actually happen until we run collect, right? If I didn't do that, and I just returned error, like let's say I did that, it'll actually never get to that line of code, right? That's my understanding. That really it's making an object of a map type. It's set up to call that closure, but it won't actually do it until you do something like collect. It's like, it waits until you come to collect it. You missed the bunny avatar picture? Oh, I'm sorry, Nui. It's still on my BRB screen. Yeah, the bunny's still there. You can link both, though you need to actually interact via C. Oh, you're talking about, is Rust interoperable with C++? Yeah. Well, I played around with that in, when I was first learning Rust, because there's a section in the Rust book that talks about it. Thank you for that follow, by the way. The Rust book covers near the end, I think. What do they call it? Maybe it wasn't in the Rust book. They use a special word for it. Maybe it wasn't in the Rust book. Into usually, like, into means you're consuming something and turning it into something else. So into iter will consume the original one, consume the original vector and then iterate and then make an iterator over it. Yeah, foreign function interface. That's what it was. Thank you, LRazorX. Foreign function interface. So that's probably in. Why don't I have a link to it? I could just go up, right? And then go to the, where's the, by example? Yeah, or Rustonomicon, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, chapter 11, the FFI. So it's not that hard, actually. They could include it in the Rust book. Maybe it is there, I just couldn't find it. You just say that you have an external crate, And inside of an extern block, you declare the signature of the C or C++ function, and it has to be like unmangled, so you can't mangle the name. So you in C++, you have to do extern C when you declare it. And as long as like the parameters and the return value match, you can just call it inside of an unsafe block. That's the other thing, is you have to, Rust has to assume that anything in an external library like that is not, can't, like the normal safety checks that Rust performs don't work with that, right? Because it can't look into that and see if something's getting borrowed or whatnot. So you have to mark it as unsafe. What do I think of as a C++ developer that you gain with Rust? The advantages to me are that, like I was saying before, once I get my code to compile without any warnings or errors, it usually just works. And I like both the challenge of writing things in Rust and then how almost how mathematical it is. It's like once you have it correctly specified, it just looks nice. And I'm not really learning for a job. It's mostly I like the challenge, and I really like the end result. I get code that's very robust. It's best to convert all your code to Rust so you get the safety. I think I've seen different opinions on that. A lot of people would rather that I only make new code in Rust and keep my existing C++. But I have to say to those people, I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to be converting stuff to Rust mostly because I really need the practice. And it's a lot easier to take something you know already works and just port it. And then you only have to focus on the language difference. I know that the design should work. The tests will help validate the design, and just a straight port lets me just focus on the language difference. I know I said that twice. I don't know why. Okay, so the magic here, and thank you for all your help, Silenzy, is that collect will do an early return to give me an error if the first one that we hit an error on. So it effectively converts this iterator of results into a result containing a collection. So we can get rid of the temporary, dispense with the temporary, and just do that. Yeah, so yeah, I started, as I'm doing this, I'm starting with working C++ code, and I can just focus on getting it ported. Okay, so now that that is compiling, I should be able to run the test in here, right? No, I still got errors. Okay, I'm not done. There are other places. Oh, okay, yeah, so we have to, the way we store the path has to match how we parse the path. So this one is not correct yet. Yeah, so this is a vector of vectors of UNATEs. Because the path could have non-UTF-8 sequences in it. And probably parse path is the same problem. All right. Just looking for the compiler errors. Okay, query. And down here. So yeah, these need to be B's, right? Hold on. Can't what? Can't compare a slice. Oh, okay. It can't compare them. Oh, so I have to do these two vec. Bummer. How come it let me do that though? I had to do two vec on the elements only when it's on the left-hand side? Weird. Yeah, map creates the iterator for later. It's the collect that does the, oh, wait a minute. We're talking about map versus for each. Yeah, map is just turning one iterator into another. For each actually executes or collects it, I think. Yeah. A lot of it's lazy evaluated, which throws me for a loop because I don't know that at first. Okay, so parse query is wrong. Yeah, that needs to be a vec U8 also. Okay. Compiling now. I can run this. Good. Okay, cool. So what's not implemented? That's not implemented. The new. Okay, the new. We don't have any state yet, so we just do self that. And then the next thing is there. The next. Okay, so then we're just going to pull from the C++ code, which is where it is here. All right. This one. Paste. And then this leverages another function called shift in hex digit. Do I need that? Okay. I'll just port it as is, and then maybe we'll clean it up. So then we'd have a function shift in hex that returns a bool. Snake case, please, and then C is a char. Okay, and then the impls becomes self dot. And then this has to have a mutable self, like that. All right. So this should be wait, why do I have a bool here? This should just be result error. And I can just do this. Oh, thank you for that, follow. See, I just like the feeling that like I'm removing a lot of syntactical crap when I convert this to Rust, and I'm making a lot more. I'm able to the ability to combine the value that you would have if you had one with an error in a single result elegantly and be able to early return. Like, it's just really cool. Okay, so then this is going to be self dot, and I need that digits left in here. Digits left is in size, usize, and then I need to initialize it. All right, and then oh, you can't do minus minus. Could be misinterpreted as pre-decrement by C programmers, usually a no-op. Apply unary operator to type. Okay, I do want to, so I just do make it more clear, I guess. Yeah, we don't want the side effect. Okay, and so then we just say okay. Oh no, this is special, right? We're combining it with done. Yes. And then we're combining that with the decoded character. So these two get combined into one. Whoops. How did that happen? I accidentally pasted, I guess. Going to return vector of bytes in public functions of URI. Yes, but I think I want convenience methods that can turn them into strings. Just for those cases where I know it shouldn't have any non-UTF-8 sequences in it. Won't that be hard? It would be hard to use if I didn't have helper methods. The URI parse has that problem, by the way, which is one of the reasons I don't want to use it. It's very onerous to you have to do this kind of stuff, right? If I have a string, to compare it with the host we get back, I had to map it to string, and then I had to yeah, it was very ugly. You couldn't just compare the string to what URI.host returns, because URI.host returns a host, which itself could be one of these, and so you have to toString it, and it implements toString somewhere, or the display trait somewhere. Anyway, it's very gross, and you have to manually do that, I guess. So I want to avoid that, and I'll probably do it with helpers. Fundamentally, though, the elements of a URI might not have UTF-8 valid sequences in them, so we need to treat them as raw bytes at the lowest level. And we maybe have some helpers that if you know it's a valid UTF-8, you can do a comparison or you can convert it. Yeah. Oh, I've been told that the beast is available for the beast cam. Yeah, there he is. But I don't have the beast cam filter on, so you're in the field of view. I need to fix that. Yeah, let me put the filter back on. Hold on. So stay out of the frame, and we'll apply the frame filter, image mask, and then I got to adjust that. Hold on, this is important work. Edit in. Just hit edit, and it'll open it in. There we go. So it's important side work. It must be done. I'm really terrible at painting. How do I make the pixel bigger? That's with this guy, right? Okay, I don't want to use paint. Forget this. I hate paint. Just paint.net and drag that guy in there. Hold on. Important side project. Must fix the mask. Has to move the camera around, you know? Use the brush. Yeah, I couldn't figure it out. This one's got a real brush, though. Bigger. There we go. If I was really good at this, I would have the copy of the image superimposed so I would know what I'm doing. But it doesn't have to be perfect. A little bit more. Take a little bit more off the left there. And a lot off of there. I'm getting there. Sloppy programmer art. I've been told that someone at least thinks it's beautiful, so I'll continue going with this important work. So that you only see the kitty and not the other family members who might be walking by, who might be petting the kitty. That's probably good enough, right? We'll go with that. There we go. Let's move around the frame. There we go. Important beast cam. We'll put him right next to me. Aw. Don't wipe, kitten. Not a perfect circle. That's okay. It's okay. 715209. It's okay. Don't worry. All right. Don't feed it or rust. Yeah. How do I do this? Hello, kitty. When reality is 8 feet away. Okay, so where was I? Ah, yes, working on this guy. Yeah, combining these two together. So I think I want to do an if, right? Then it is okay. Decoded character. Else okay none. And this needs a sum around it, right? And we'll probably want to reset the digits left also. So let output equal decoded character. Digits left. There should be a self in front of these. Actually, that should just be output. And this needs to be part of the state. Care, right? Yeah. No, U8. U8. Care, well, care 0, right? Or 0 as care. Do I need to say as? Oh, I can't even do that. Can I do that? How come it won't let me do that? It won't let me downcast it. Well, okay, well, but we just do 32 then. Oh wait, sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. That should just be 0. A brain fart. That's what it was. Okay, so if we succeeded in shifting it and we have no digits left, then we grab the output and we reset the decoder for the next one, right? Okay, then shift in digits is, okay, this goes in place of that. Okay, now I need to have those digit lazy statics. I'll just grab it. What did it use? Digit, hex up, or hex lower. So we have digit. Just straight copy that up here. And then there we go. Okay, do some surgery here. Character 0, yeah, if it was a character, but I wasn't thinking correctly. It's all UNT8s. It's not really characters. Okay, so that is static ref hash set character equals that turned into a range. Collect, well, I can just copy that. There we go. All right, and then we want, oops, I already have that. This down here, lower, with that range collected into hash set. Okay, and then I think I need to use the hash set, don't I, up here? Okay, what did I do wrong here? Why is it not like that? Unmatched. I didn't match something. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Those conflicts maybe don't need the turbofish. Oh, the collects, they don't? At some point I needed them. Yeah, I guess you're right. Don't need them, I'm not going to have them, right? Having editor problems. There we go. Double type annotation. Thank you, Silent Z. Yes, El Resfriado de la Grieta. Hello. We're doing Rust today. And also hello to Silmet. Am I killing everyone's OCD with the imperfect circle? Yeah, sorry. I'm a terrible artist. I don't do perfect circles. I'm not really good at painting. Worship the sofa also. Hello. Did I only use the book for learning? No, I also went through a few online tutorials and I just practiced with people in chat correcting me. I also didn't say hi to Nui. Hello. All right. So I need to initialize decoded character to 0. All right, and so it's not contains capital, it contains lowercase, right? And then we can get rid of the extra parentheses there. And then I think I need to take a reference there. Okay, so far so good. So then, oh, you can't do arithmetic on characters? What? We can do it another way though. We can say let C in C int C CI C as U8. So that I can say it's CI minus 0 as U8. That'll work. And then here it's A as 8 plus 10. Might as well do that so we don't underflow. And that. And there's probably a more idiomatic way to doing this, but really I don't really care right now. You can use B0. Oh, good idea. So I can do the same thing there, right? That's a neat idea. Thank you, Commandi. I want to look at once cell as a nicer macro list replacement for lazy static. Okay, will do. I think you gave me both yesterday, or Silent Z gave me both yesterday. No, Erel did. Had me look at, gave me both, and then we ended up looking at lazy static first. If you won't use C anymore, I should probably just shadow it if let. Yeah, probably. We'll clean it up. But I wanted to put that note here. There we go. Thank you for the notes. Did I give you a point? No, I didn't. There's another point. All right, so you're saying that... Oh yeah, you're right, because I'm not using it for anything else. Oh no, I'm using it there. So I can't shadow it because I need to use it in a few places here. That's the reason why. Okay, so... I guess the return is the best way to go here, right? Come on, editor. And then we just say, okay, nothing. Done there. All right. Let's run the test. Must be at the crate root. Okay, so I don't need to extern crate. Then that's good. Run it again. Hey, look at that. It passed. First try. And it passed. That one passed in the first try. See, like I was saying before, they're just passing. Once they get all the compiler errors sorted out, it just works. Could you use is ASCII hex digit? I don't know, maybe. I don't know this function. This is probably why I'm not using it. Let's look it up. Scroll to the top. Is ASCII hex digit? It is on Care. Look at that. Only the problem is that it gives me a bool, and I really need to know which range it's in order to convert it. Like maybe there's a sister function to that does the conversion also, because I need to have 3 arms at least, right? Or 4. I can't just use a bool. I need something with 4 arms. But maybe there's something near this one, like to convert it. Like it may be from ASCII hex digit or something. From digit? Yeah, from digit. Oh, in the future maybe. Because I could say from digit 16 for the radix, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything. That looks like it looks like this is the intent. Maybe I'll put a note here. Note. Use care from digit once it reaches stable Rust. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. From digit and it's stable? How am I looking at the wrong one then? 2 digit, huh? Wait, well then why do they have... Did I read that wrong then? They don't say it's deprecated. Oh, it's duplicated. Why do they have both 2-digit and from digit? Oh, this is the other direction, right? Yes. So I was looking at the wrong one. Okay. Yeah, I was confused too, so I'm converting a character to a digit, so that is what I want, right? Yes. Okay, so yeah, I should just be using that. That's gonna eliminate a lot of my problems, right? Because if I get none, so I just do if let sum ci equal c dot 2-digit 16, then I add it, else return error. And I probably can turn this into a question mark, right? I can't do a plus equals that. Oh, probably because it's a U32. And this is a U8. So I can just say as U8. Because we're not going to overflow. What's it telling me? Is it going to tell me it might truncate? That's fine. How do I tell it that I know it's not going to? I know it's not going to truncate it. It's impossible to truncate it because I make sure that we only do it with 2 digits. Oh wait, I have a problem here. If we get an error shifting, I need to reset. In fact, we should just have a reset function. And move these in there. And make it set. Because I need to call that down here. There. Do I just suppress that warning manually then? Because I know it shouldn't truncate. Can I use question mark? I need to also do that on the error path though, so I don't think a question mark's good enough. I think I just need to suppress this warning here. It's cast possible truncation. Do they have a quick fix to... They don't have a quick fix. There should be a quick fix suppress warning here. It's allow Clippy, and I've already forgotten what it is. What is it again? Cast possible truncation. Cast possible truncation. Did I not do that right? Attributes and expressions are experimental. Really? Do I put it above the if? There we go. I didn't want to put it on the whole function. I wanted to have it as close to where we're doing it as possible, but it's not letting me do it inside of an if. That's the problem, I think. It has to be at the statement level, right? So that's that statement. Well, really, this is an expression that has no result. It has a unit result. Anyway, that's as close as we can get it, I guess. It said it was experimental, so maybe in the future we could do that. Yeah, what if we say to do would like this warning suppression to be as close as possible to the CI as U8 expression, but it's not yet in stable Rust. U8 try from unwrap. Oh, it'll have it panic if it does. Actually, I like that a lot better. Thank you, Silmith. So then we don't have to suppress that. Yes, I keep forgetting there's those try. What was it again? Wait a minute, is it U8 try from? Because I'm not getting auto completion help here. Okay, yeah, is it convert or something? I know that it is there. It's like convert or something. Let's just look for try from. Oh, there is a U8 try from. Oh, do I need to do ci dot try from? No, the argument, it takes it as an argument. We're really close. Oh, is it that I didn't have it pulled in? I probably need to do the turbo fish, right? There's no try from in standard convert. Because I need to do that. Turbo fish? No. I need to slow down and just look it up in the manual. Yeah, standard convert try from. How do we use it? Oh, it's a trait, so I do need to use the use. So we should be able to say that. But I have to do a use, apparently. Okay. It's one of those corner cases where I can't be explicit here. Yeah, because it's a trait. One of those things I don't quite like about Rust, but I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Because what it'll end up being is I'll just have a bunch of these as preamble, a standard preamble that I use. Okay, let's run the test again. Make sure we didn't break anything. Yay, test pass. All right, good. Standard convert try from. You think we could do that? I thought with some of these it just doesn't work. It would look too ugly. It would look ugly enough that I'd want to do the use anyway. Oh, thank you for the follow. You're saying we can do standard convert try from turbofish U8. And then call it, right? It doesn't quite work out. Expected 0 arguments. What? No, yeah, I don't know. I'm not enough of a Rust wizard to figure this out. You can do a use inside the function? That's okay. I really would prefer to be at the preamble. Can use from string radix. From string radix. I mean, that's the same thing, right? As to digit. Is it just an alternate way of getting there? Yeah, look at my floof. Over there. Hey there, Glooscap. And thank you, Ruff. And hello. And also Siphon, hello. Yeah, it's a beast. I don't even... Do I have a beast command? I do have a cat command, though. What? Casper? Yes, there we go. His name's Casper. He's an old man cat. Okay. So this is just an alternate form of this 2-digit, right? Only it's the from equivalent because it's on the U8. So in other words, I could alternately say if let some... Actually, this is a result. So I'd have to say if let okay. Ci equals... How would I use that? U8 from String radix. See? Someone's at the door. I gotta go answer the door. I'll be right back. It was the roofers. We had our roof redone last month, which is another maybe good reason that I wasn't streaming, because you would have heard a lot of roofing sounds unless I use RTX voice or something like that. Yeah, our roof was really in need of repair. It was like hadn't been repaired in a long time. Okay, here's what I was looking for, right? So it does require that it be a slice though, and I have them as characters, so it. But I could like say, let's just play around with this. I could have like that would work. Except for it has to be a slice, not a character. What am I thinking? I have to say the radix 16. Yeah, see, that would work, except for I'd have to convert the character into a slice. So, it's good to know, though. If I actually have it in a string or a slice, then we'd use from string radix instead of 2-digit. Good night, Nui. Adam flashbacks, yeah. He had his roof ring worked on, too. Let's see, decode multiple digits, yeah. Yes, so fortunately I'm doing them one at a time. Hey there, troll. Who you're responding to is actually my bot. Oh, Ectondev. Sorry, my mind went blank for a bit there. Thank you for the 5-month resub. I was lurking in your stream earlier today. So how was your you're working on an issue with the background color, right? And for a while it was orange and red. How did that go? You guys should watch Ectondev. Who knows a lot more about Rust than I do. Actually, if I should just plug the whole team. Rust Stations. If you want to see more Rust, then check out anybody on that team, basically. Wondering where you saw his name before? Probably, yeah, an Adam stream. Dealing with floating point errors, that's right. You're mostly happy now with it? That's cool. I am doing some really low-level stuff with parsing. And basically, this is exercise to get better at Rust so that I can do more with it. It's taking an old library I wrote in C++ and converting it to Rust. The motivation is that I wanted a strictly conformant parser for URIs, and the ones I found in crates.io weren't conformant. So the HTTP crate isn't, because it's mostly just for URLs. And the URI parse crate says it's an implementation of the RFC, but I found at least 4 bugs that I filed there. And I don't really like the API, so I decided I'd write my own. Good night, Lentil Stew Dragon. Guys, let me know if I'm missing any chat. I kind of feel like I am, but that's okay. This is supposed to be a stress-free chill stream, right? Let me go back. Okay, we have those tests passing, so I can go back to the top-level module and start running its tests again to see where I need to work now. Where are you, tests? Here you are. Run it. Okay, what's the next place that's unimplemented? Parse fragment. Okay, we're doing parse fragment now. Parse fragment. Oh, another resub. Radon 90. 16 months. That's like a year and 4 months. Incredible. Or 4/3 months. Thank you again. Parse fragment. Literally just copying the C++ implementation and trying to port it to Rust. All right. Okay, so this pattern I was dealing with earlier, and that is taking this. Just curious, would you publish your URI parser on crates.io? Maybe. I need a name for it, though, because all the cool names are taken. Right? If you go to... actually, I like lib.rs better, but same thing as crates.io. If you look at URI, there already is one, I think. Oh, maybe not. If the name's not taken, maybe I just take it. I wonder why the name isn't taken, though. But yeah, URI parse is taken, the URI parser is taken. I assumed URI was taken, so I would need some kind of name. U8 as convert try from... Oh, that just looks gross. All right. I think you deserve a point for that. Horrible construction. Let's just take a look at it. Just for educational purposes, but probably not going to use it. Oh, wow. The reverse turbo fish to specify that we're... Oh, wow. We're taking the type and applying the trait to it? Is that what that's saying? Take this type and apply this trait to it, or constrain it to be from that trait. And then from that trait, access that method. Okay. All better URI parser names are taken. Done. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I like that. Thank you, Gluscap. Maybe I'll just find some funny twist on one of the words that URI's letters stand for and check it in. Or maybe it's just going to be Raimu URI or something. We need namespaces in crates.io, don't you think? It's like people can squat on very common words. And yeah, I don't know if I like that. Make that an anagram. A butnip? Okay, so it was find, and then that we do a map, right? So fragment delimiter, let's first convert that to snake case. We're gonna say if let sum fragment is it left sum? No, it was unwrap or else, and then there's no if. So let that equal that unwrap or else the length, and then no sum because it's infallible. There we go. And then we don't need this. Oh, wait a second. I do need some extra things in here. Oh, no, I don't need the has fragment. I think I actually do want an if. Yeah, I do want an if sum. After all, and I don't want the unwrap or else. If let that... Whoop, how did I get that? All right, else that... we are returning okay, none in this case, right? Okay, none, and then the there's actually a tuple. Go away. All right, so there's no first part was the query, right? The first part is, no, this is the query and or fragment. This is the, if we have a query, we put it there, we don't. Because there's no, oh no, if we had a fragment, it's because we found a hash mark. If we didn't find a hash mark, then there's no fragment, so that's none. And this needs to be the rest, so that's the entire input. There we go. And that is wrong because, why? Because... That should be a... Oh, probably because they haven't done the if yet. Okay, so... Grab that and put it here. So then it's okay. This part here, and then for substring, it's grab me a slice from there to the end, right? And then the rest would be the first part, so that is another slice. And then this needs to be a sum, right? And then so I need to take that slice and do a 2, not a 2 string. I need uint8. I need to decode it. Oh, right. I need to decode that. Shoot. Would I just put the decode straight in there then? And not have... No, right. I had a separate function on purpose to do this. So I can just say it is a decode query or self, capital self, decode query or fragment, and then grab that. Let fragment equal that. And then if we get past that, it's okay sum fragment. Like that. And then I don't need that. I think that's right, except for this substring is wrong. So that is 0 ... that. Okay, so then I just need that function. There we go right here, right? String input, so query or fragment. Thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. Rhymerai. Huh. I like it. Maybe I end up doing that, and that's sort of like the way I do my own crates, is that it has some variation on my name in as the prefix. And people be like, what the heck is that? Okay, so this will return me a result, vec u8, or an error, unimplemented for now. And let's continue. Run the test. So we're compiling, because it actually ran the test, and I have to do parse query. Okay, so that's kind of like, it's going to be like parse fragment, isn't it? Parse query. Here we go. I will continue my game at some point, yeah. Mawe, and hello. I'm going back to building blocks because I want to do more stuff in Rust. Once I got enough building blocks going and I like update my stream overlay and stuff, I'll probably start incorporating some of the work back into the game. But I'm trying not to put pressure on myself to, you know, work on the game specifically if I don't feel like don't feel like it, because that will probably burn me out, like it was starting to do before I went on break. I don't want to get burned out. Okay, why do I have this empty thing? Why do I have that? Oh, because it could be empty, and if it's not empty, then we want to break off the question mark in front. That's why that's there. Okay. Well, thank you, Everex. I still have a lot of trouble. And hello, by the way. I forgot to say hi to a bunch of people. Didn't say hi to Dr. Maru Q. Ecton Dev. Thank you again for the resub. I appreciate it. And Raynon90 as well. Wow. That was a while ago, or I skipped it in chat. I need to get better at, like, watching chat. Because now I can't even see where Radon 90 was talking. URI that works. You said that at 310. There it is. Hello. URI that works. That's another good name, actually. Actually compliant to the RFC. Concentrate on work? Yeah, sorry. I get distracted. It's supposed to be a chill stream, right? Although it's getting hot in here. All right. Trying to grok this again. See, that's my problem. I'm trying to look at two languages at once. Fundamentally, there are two paths here, right? So shouldn't that mean I have an if-let or an if this is there an is empty? There's an is empty. If I can hit the right key. If it's empty, then it's okay. Empty string, right? Some empty, well, empty vector, so vec new. Else, then we're going to delegate it to decode query or fragment, right? Self decode, oops. Decode query or fragment, and then pass it everything from the second character on. Right? I think so. Mismatch types. Oh, some. Do I need to wrap that then? I guess I do. Actually, I can just do it this way. I can say let query equal that with a question mark at the end, and then okay some query. There we go. Didn't like that Y. I misspelled it. There we go. And or. Another thing I'm not used to using. What does and or do? And or, and or. How come there's no results for and or? I'm confused. Oh, but it sounded like one of those, you know, like or else. So I thought maybe you were referring to a method of result or option. Because there's like and then, so I thought maybe there was an and or that was maybe would collapse that. Because it would be nice to collapse the if else out. I don't think there is though, right? Yeah, it's those little bits of knowledge about all these methods in the standard library that I haven't incorporated yet. So when I hear it in chat, I'm like, oh, there's another method I haven't heard of. Yeah, you just invented a new method name. There should be an and or for result and option. Why not, right? You could add an entry in the documentation that you reach there, it's like, haha, I fooled you. There's no real method called and or. We just thought maybe you would think that there was because it matches, and it looks like and then and or else and or okay or and okay. But we fooled you. All right, back to the test we go. I ought to just set a bookmark. I can get back to this easily. I want to go to the first test. What's my bookmark key? Control-Alt-K. Okay, there we go. And then what was to go to the bookmark? Control-Alt-L. Okay. So if I'm somewhere random in this file, Control-Alt-L goes me back there. Okay, good. Oh, we've passed the test. We've implemented enough to pass the first test. All right. Control-Alt-K. Okay, and then we'll go down. Run the second test. We passed that one too. Neat. We'll go down. We're passing all these tests. Isn't that nice? Maybe I should just run them all. Put a bookmark once I find one that doesn't pass. Should I just run all of them? Let's just run all of them. Wait. How could I have possibly passed all my tests? I didn't implement everything. Okay, there's something wrong with this. Oh, wait. I know why. I'm dumb. These tests are still using URI parse, not my code. So really what I ought to do is, well, I don't want to make them all fail. I just have to be careful and, yeah, I'm just dumb. They all pass because only one of my tests uses my class. So I need to convert them to use mine. So it's just URI parse instead of try from. And then I don't need the sum. No, I do need the sum. But I don't need this map here. What? Oh. Okay, so here's a problem. This returns a string, and I'm converting it to get a slice, and it doesn't like that comparison. I'm wondering if it works the other way around. Does it work if I do that? No. It can't convert them, it can't compare them like that. I want to be able to do that though. I don't want to have to do a toString here, you know, because then I'm allocating heap memory for something and then have to do a borrow. I think that's gross. I'd like to be able to have that syntax work. The method return a slice because there might not be a scheme on the URI. It's an optional. Oh, you mean have this be a slice? Yeah, I guess we could do that. Good idea, Siphon. And did I already said hello to you? Thank you. And yeah, Silent Z, you are correct. Yeah, it should be a slice. So I have to do what here to change this? I need to reference that and then do an as ref. Let me do it one step at a time. If let sum scheme equals self scheme, then some slice scheme, else none. Now, how can I make that smaller? Am I answering your question from 1222? Yeah, sure. Sorry I missed it. You're watching me for about 2 months, so don't know what you've done in Rust recently. Have you looked up which UI framework was best? No, I haven't looked that up, but I am interested in looking at YEW, because Chris Griffin has been using that, and that's a way to use Rust in the browser using WebAssembly. So I was thinking about looking into that. This one. Well, actually the other one would be better. This is what I was looking at trying out. I think it just feels right to stick to a UI framework that's web-based. But I could be wrong. And so this is a way of using Rust in such a framework. We're at the front end. I don't know. I don't know about that. I never really put a whole lot of investment in the front end to my game, so it was mostly fun to do it in React, just to learn React. I guess I could redo part of that in... Oh, what happened there? AutoMod held a message. What was the message? How come I can't see it? I'll just allow it. AutoMod held that message for some reason. I don't know why. Why would AutoMod hold that message back? Anyway, sorry for the distraction. I might. I haven't decided yet if I redo the front end stuff. Oh, you wrote that? AutoMod and the chat client I'm using cut it completely off. It must think that Rust needs to be moderated. And there are a good amount of WebAssembly framework that are coming out. I think the recent one from Microsoft is probably the last one. I was going to at least try out U. Oh, it has ASS? Yeah, and AutoMod just held it there. We just allowed it. I ratcheted up the AutoMod settings when I rebooted the stream. Anyway, there's got to be a more compact way of doing that, right? So, like, let me see if I can do it. Would it be self scheme as ref? No. Or do I need to do that? No. Do I need to do that? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I had a disconnect in my brain again. Silmeth actually gave me the answer. Map it as string. Yeah. Will that work if scheme is an option, though? Because scheme is an optional string. I guess I can give it a try and see if I can learn what I'm doing. Self scheme map scheme as string. Yeah, I think it's because it's an option. It starts out as an option. That's the problem. You can map an option, so then I must have written it wrong. Oh, it's saying I will be moving it out. So what? I need to borrow it? Because map moves self. I don't want to do that. Yeah, map is gonna take the it's gonna move self. Borrowed. There's no borrowed on option. But I've seen that before. Let me look it up. Borrowed. Is that not part of the standard library? Borrowed? That must be from some kind of library that I'm not using. Yeah, there's no borrowed in the standard library. Can I do this? Borrow it and then map it. It still wants me to move. Yeah, because it's dereferencing scheme and then doing map on it. Yeah. You think I can do that? Okay, give it a try. Yeah, it doesn't like borrowed. You're saying that I can do that. I still, I have an extra dot. expected a string. Yeah, see, it still needs to conform to what map says it's going to be given. It's going to be given the string. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work because it's going to move out of self scheme. That's okay, smack in the box. My stream schedule is out the window. Hello. So it's not possible to be here on time unless you respond to the notification that I started streaming like immediately. Also, hello Mantis, I forgot to say hi. That was a while ago. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a neater way in Rust to do that. And this is like almost correct, and this is almost correct without the reference. It's just that map requires that I move it out of the option, and we don't want to move it out. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay, but now Clippy tells me I maybe can do it better. This can be done more directly by doing as dref instead. Okay, quick fix. Try using as dref. Oh, there you go. Looks like as dref does exactly what we want. I love Clippy sometimes. It's like, all that junk that you just did, you just wanted as dref the whole time, didn't you? Yes, Clippy, I did want as dref. I don't know what as dref is. But yeah, that's what I wanted. Converts an option T or a reference to an option T to an option reference T target. What does that mean? T target. T as dref target. Okay, so it has to do with the dref trait. Oh, thank you for the resub, smack in the box. That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. Leaves the original option in place, creating a new one with a reference to the original one, additionally coercing the contents via dref. Yeah, it's this stuff like dref, I just don't have it ingrained in my memory yet. So this is the trait that just automatically dereferences stuff for you, right? It puts in the star for you when needed. It's also used implicitly by the compiler in many circumstances. It makes accessing the data behind them convenient, which is why they implement it. Okay. All right. String implements dref targets is slice, so you can dereference string as if okay, right. There you go. What Silmeth said. So this magic works because string can dereference to a slice. Okay, that's super cool, but I'm not going to remember that. Maybe I should put a note here to remind myself what the heck I'm doing. And you actually had that from today or yesterday even. So we were very close with the asref. What am I going to write here for a note? Note. This seemingly magic as dref works because of two things that are going on here. One, string implements dref string, right? Slice. Meaning if you you can I guess it's not coerce, right? You can use a string in a context requiring address of slice, and a string does the does the conversion work. Is that gonna fit? Yes, just barely. 2. As dref How do I write this in a way that I'll understand it? Hey, Romania Hate. I'm trying to write in words that I'll understand later what this as deref is doing within the context of an option string where we want to return an option, a reference to a slice. It works because of two reasons, right? The as deref is... Actually, is it just this? That's the only thing? Oh no, it's facilitating, right? As deref works in this case because string implements deref string. Okay, as deref, words that I can understand. That's an associated type, not a generic. It's important because there can be only one implementation. Generic would allow many. Yeah, so the associated type for deref string on string is, well, yeah, the colon target, that's the associated type. And sometimes you have it would be target equals when they implement it, right? It could be only one as deref will always know what type will be returned, no ambiguity. So we're going from a string to a reference of a slice. This would help me if I open another window here to the Rust docs side by side with the first one, and I look at string. And it will probably tell me the traits it implements, and it'll include deref. Yeah. Yeah, so the implementation of deref for string, the target type is slice. So I should probably say that in here. Deref is not a generic then. Implements deref, this is what you guys were trying to tell me in chat, and now I think I'm connecting the dots. Implements deref with str as the associated type target. Yes. And meaning all this stuff, right? As deref works by turning option T into option, what exactly did they say? Option reference to T deref. No, target. Okay. Assuming T, requiring T to implement deref. That's probably enough words for me to understand what's going on, right? String implements deref with slice as the associated type, meaning you can do that. String takes the work of converting into a reference to a slice. As deref works by turning the option... Okay, I can say in this case, T is string. So string target is slice, and deref will turn it into an option reference to slice like we want. I think I got it now. Common notation is deref target equals str. So it still is generic. It's interesting that in the documentation they don't show it that way, but they probably do in the source, right? Where did it leave me? Oh, right here. Yeah, it just doesn't look generic because it doesn't have the angle brackets, but I think you're right, it still is generic, right? The trait is generic on the target type. Technically, the deref does... Well, the deref turns the one option type into another option type, right? You would use EJ in trait bounds. Yeah, so this is the edge of Rust that I'm still trying to get used to. Yeah, I said deref turns the option T into an option because that's literally what they said. I want to try to use exactly the language they use. They say it converts that to that. and that's what it does. But string is the one that actually does the conversion ultimately, right? Okay, you're saying in reference to 1, the deref turns the string into... I thought string itself implements the deref and does the work, right? I thought... Isn't it string that does the work? Not the deref? I could be wrong. Yeah, they have the string from UTF-8 unchecked to get a slice from self, which is the string. So as deref is doing something a little different. Let's see what it's doing. As deref is doing as ref and then doing a map with deref. That's okay. I like exploring this because I like to get it cemented in my head and with words written down that I can read later when I get confused again. Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay. I think we're on the same page then. So I have that lengthy comment to explain to myself how that works. Great. Let's move on. I have another compiler error, looks like. Oh, right, because I haven't finished converting this. Hey, but look, now that works. So... Oh, I don't have a method called host. Well, let's make one. I don't want to have to do that map. I would like to be able to just say that, if possible. Let's see if I can get away with that, though. I might have to do like an as string or something here. Or I guess I can make it binary. That would work too, right? Why don't we just keep it binary? We'll have you host return an optional vector of U8s, and then that should dereference as that slice, right? Why am I doing what though? The as deref? Because I want to be able to say that. I want to be able to compare an optional slice to whatever scheme returns. So I wanted the return type to be that, even though internally the scheme is a string. If that makes sense. Yeah, it's all, the whole purpose is to make that readable, and so that like, yeah, you can freely compare them to strings. Yeah, because that's the problem with that the URI parse had, is I had to constantly do these strange conversions and maps like that, and I didn't want to have to do that. I want to make the library encapsulate all that complicated gunk and have the outer interface be flexible and nice. So I need okay, the path, I had to settle for that. You know, I'm okay with that. So this actually has an extra element in it because there's a slash foo slash bar. And why does that not work? Okay. Is it this line that's screwing it up? No, it doesn't like that for some reason. Why not? It likes that, but doesn't like me putting that there? Is it that it doesn't know what the type is of that? Oh, is it because these all have the same length? Oh, okay, that is a problem. So, oh, that's probably why this probably would fix it, right? I probably need to fix that because that's gross. I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have these two vecs everywhere. So I need to improve paths. I don't have to do that kind of weird, wacky comparison. Let me get back to that though. Let me put a note. Let's put a to-do here. Needs improvement. I don't like having to spam to vec. All right, we'll deal with that later. I'll turn into a slice might work too. Yes. Let's try that. Yeah, it did. But that's only marginally better than having to spam to vec. We have to spam slice. on every single thing. I'll think about it. Indeed, we could replace to_vec with ... Oh, the vec macro? I'd prefer actually to not have to construct a heap allocated thing in the first place, but have, I really want to have it a slice, but I want to make it so I can construct it easily. Kind of like how I'm doing it with these strings, right? I just need to decide what I want, really. We'll go with this for now because I can't decide what I want. Maybe it, okay, we'll at least do what the command just said because it's a marginally better. Oops. I messed that up. Oh, too many to vex. Yes, and then one more. Can't type. Oh, missed one. Hold on, what? Why is that not working? And why is that not working? Oh, is it because of that? No? It's saying that array is not sized. Do I need to borrow from all of these? Like that? Yeah, that's what it was. I need to borrow from them all. Jeez. It's starting to look like syntax soup. Wait, that didn't fix it. Or did it? Is... Oh, because there's no B. There we go. It doesn't look like syntax soup, though. It's too much syntax soup. I want it to be readable. Maybe I make a version of it where we get like path as string or something, and then we can just say assert, because that's what I'm mostly going to want to write it as anyway. Something like foo/bar URI.path as string, maybe. You know, maybe that's what we do. Oops. Maybe we just make a convenience method like we could use like this. Something like that. All right. Anyway, let's get host done. So, alphabetically, where does host go? Between decode and parse, right? Pub function host, whoops, host is borrow the self, give me optional. Wait a minute, it shouldn't be host, it should be authority, right? Yeah. Or I guess I could have a convenience method, but yeah, I ought to have a... No, okay, never mind. We'll have to just reach down through authority to get this slice, right? So, let me just write it without any fancy stuff. Isn't there an array.join? I think... No, because in Rust, arrays are statically sized. You'd have to use like the vector class in collections. Like, that's why even when I constructed these guys out here, I had to, what did I have to do? I had to use iterators and chain the iterators together. I couldn't just join, I couldn't join the ranges together because you just can't do that. Although range is not the same thing as array, I know, but anyway, if let some authority equals self.authority, else none. Then it's it's authority dot, I want to borrow from here. Authority dot authority dot host. Oh, it is a vector U8. It's not a string, a slice. I'll have to change that too. Host dot as dref. So this will need to be a vector of U8s. Is vector not deref as a slice, array slice? Oh yeah, there's no way for me, no need for me to use a vector here, right? I could just use a slice. What am I thinking? There. All right, good. Thank you for all your help, Silmeth, and good night. All right. Hey there, Phil. If let confuses you so much, it confused me a lot too at the beginning. I have to think of it right to left. So you take this reference and you say, hey, let's see if it matches this pattern. If so, then you do two things. You basically have a link, a soft link. This variable ends up getting what's inside the option here. And then the second thing that happens is you execute this block of code. So it's sort of shorthand for saying, look at the reference self.authority and does it match some, is it a sum? You know, is it sum? If so, then grab it out and then run this block of code. So it's really just shorthand for that. Yeah, we could rewrite it as a match. Let's do it. So to rewrite it as a match, we would do match self.authority. Sum authority does this. None. Well, everything else is none. So that's equivalent to that, I think. Right? This matches that exactly. So maybe that's a little bit easier to understand. It's combining two things. It's combining the match with the pattern in the match. So it's like a shorthand for a match that only has two arms, where the second one is the else. So there we go. Pouring hot tea on your face. That's an interesting name, but hello. The long-term project is I'm working on a game. Right now we're working on building blocks in Rust. Hey there, Dr. Zool, by the way. I forgot to say hi. And didn't say hi to Metalstorm for some reason. Your hello was buried in a bunch of messages from Silmeth. Yeah, you can use, there's no reason why you can't use the match. It's just syntactic sugar. It's just a different way of writing it. In fact, I think if I leave it like that, Clippy doesn't even complain. Clippy's like, you can use that form if you want. There are some times when you write the code where Clippy will say, hey, you should use an if-let, because it's better. Yeah, just a matter of taste. I've seen a lot of people do it this way, and a lot of times when Clippy tells you to rewrite code, they'll recommend you doing it with the if-let rather than doing a match. I think that's just a convention that's preferred by whoever wrote the Clippy. All right, anyway, can I compact that even more? I don't know if I can. I think it's good enough for now. Maybe we might be able to compact this even more if we knew more Rust foo. Yes, with map. Yeah, you guys have the Rust foo though. Okay, so you're giving me a clue that I can do map. Let me see if I can figure it out. It would be like self. No, but map will take ownership. We don't want to do that, right? We're only borrowing self. We can't take out of the option. Unless you're saying I do self.authority .asDref dots like self authority .asDref and then map it? Can we do that? Authority host asDref. Can we do that? It didn't quite work, did it? You can borrow an option? Yeah, I just don't know how. And hey there, locked mind mats. So there's no method named borrow on it. Yeah, we tried that. Tried borrow, and there is no method called borrow on an option. No method borrow for option. Oh, wait a minute, it is available. Oh, but it's available for box pin arc. Or reference count. Wait a minute. There is a trait? Oh. No. That would have... Okay, so it is there. I just needed to bring in the borrow trait. Okay. I guess I was wrong. What's this other error down here? Oh, that is our error. This whole thing has another problem, though, it looks like. Oh, I need to collapse the options. How do I do that? Is it's not asDref then? It's authority here is what? It's just an authority. Authority host is another option. And I need to dereference that. So what would I do here? Dot flat. Okay, you're saying dot flatten would do it? Something else is wrong here though. What's the error? Is it the way that you don't want map? That's what I was saying before. Map is going to take ownership of the option, right? So we can't borrow and then take ownership. It's not gonna work, right? Yeah. I need to know more Rust foo. If I knew more Rust foo, I could do it maybe with a cooler way. So let's just leave it like that for now. When I learn more Rust foo, we'll go back and do the to-dos. All right, so what's the other compiler error? Yes, this... Wait. Oh, I need to take a slice, I think. No, wait. Why does... what is this telling me? You can't compare to... This isn't a slice? Is that the problem? This type is an array, not a slice. I need to slice it. Yeah. I should have learned that from all this garbage. All right. To remember from wrapping in another option. Yes, you want and then. And then. You guys with your Rust foo. How do I get back? Here we go. We're getting back. And then. Oh. So it's converting the thing inside of the option if it sums something. Oh, okay. I think I might see how to do that. Let's try our Rust foo again then. Where were we? Up here. Let's try some more Rust foo. So it'll be self.authority.borrow.map. Not map. Oh, we don't even need to borrow it because and then borrows it for us? No, borrow and then takes itself, so I need to borrow it, right? Right, so authority dot host dot as dref. Nope. As ref before and then? Not borrow? Ooh, there we go. We found the magic Rust foo. Let me see if I can understand it. Okay, so there's like an implicit, borrow of a self-authority, and then it, I shouldn't say and then. First, self-authority is borrowed. Then it goes through as ref to turn into an optional reference to an authority, and then that goes to and then, which is turning that reference to an authority, there we go, reference to authority, into grabbing the host out and doing as dref to convert, so to be able to convert the vector of U8s to a slice of U8s. Whoa, okay. I need to write that down because some Rust foo at work here. Credit goes to Everx80, a Buff Seagull, and Silenzy. At least. Let me know if I missed anybody. Okay, so first as ref gets our authority into, whoops, I hit the wrong key there. Gets it into an option authority. There is an implicit borrow of self-authority first. Next, and then is, right, and then basically converts option authority into option reference to U8 because, well, by leveraging the closure we provide to convert authority into U8. That's what as dref is doing. Someone was petting the cat. Oh, you gave him a kiss? Okay. Okay, yes. By leveraging the closure we provide to convert authority into... Oh, wait, I think this part I don't have right. More comment than code. The comments are just because I don't have the, I won't be able to come back at this tomorrow and understand what the heck I did unless I write something down for me to read later. When I get better at this, I will probably remove the comments. And someone else learning Rust might find these comments helpful to understand this, because this is Rust foo. In fact, I'd probably better do this to make it a little bit easier to read. First, asref gets our authority into an option reference authority. There's an implicit borrow of authority first. I should say from option authority into that. There's an implicit borrow of authority first. Right. I got that far. Next, as and then basically converts option authority into option that by leveraging the closure we provide to convert reference authority into. Well, the thing is, we're returning an option, right? They expect us to return an option, don't they? Yes, they do. Okay, so then I have this slightly wrong. Option that. Right. Finally, our closure uses as dref to turn our this, which is authority is borrowed, but this is an option. Turn our option vec u8 into an option u8, since vec implements, well, vec of t implements dref. Is it capitalized? I can never remember this stuff. Yes. Implements dref where with target equals t, I think, right? Did I get that right? I should confirm that. We should look up vec, because I did the same thing with string. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly. So I'm going to look up vec, and I'm going to go down to the trait list. And there should be a dref. There it is. And I open it up, and it should say the target is... Oh, target is array of t. Yes. I did have it slightly wrong. Let me catch up with chat. Mostly Mr. Siegel. Do you want me to put Mr. Siegel first? That's why you mean the previous version with iflet was clear to understand, less performant? I guess I can keep this around. Maybe put this here. The following code does basically the same thing, just with less Rust foo. I don't know. Which one's better in the end? More performant, more flexible? This might actually be better, right? Since it's easier to read. This one ends up having to call a closure just to get to as dref. Hey there, Backcraft. How are you doing? So I'm on the fence of maybe we use that code, and when we put that in the comments saying if you want to do this another way, you could do it with asref. I'm doing fine, Backcraft. I'm trying to do some chill coding, not less stressful coding. Try with Godbolt and see what it gets compiled to. I don't know if I really... Well, we don't really need to do that, right? If we think this through, does it actually make any copies or allocations or anything? And these methods, we can click them to look at them, right? This is essentially doing what the if let sum does already, right? It's just doing it for us internally. And then the and then... Oh, there's two match selves with none. So this ends up expanding to two different matches. Oh, but the asdref also does its own... No. Hold on, so maybe this way is better because we only have one match. Yeah, you're right. They'll probably get optimized away. Boils down to the same thing. Which one's easier to read, though? I kind of think this is easier. It's easier for me to read because it's more clearly saying that if there is an authority, then we extract the host out of it. Because that part of the code's the same, right? Aw, thank you, Strache. 3 months. I appreciate it. The core code is the same, so I still need to explain that. The if-else makes it clearly distinct that we are only operating on the host if there is some authority, whereas this makes it a little bit harder to see, right? Okay, I think I've convinced myself that I like this way better. But how am I going to reword this then? I'll say, here is another way to do the same thing. but with some Rust foo at work. With some Rust foo. We'll still give credit where credit is due. And then I'll take this code out and put it up here in a comment. And the explanation will be below it. Okay, and then we'll just do that. Uncomment this. There we go. Yeah, so in the end, I mean, it's a great exercise for me to get more familiar with Rust, because this gives you some exposure to as, ref, and then. And then this explanation will help me when I come back tomorrow and I won't remember what this means. I'll read that and be like, oh, okay, I see step by step what's going on. And then maybe if someone else reads this, they'll know what's going on too. And also we're giving 2 different ways to do the same thing, which is always nice to see. So that if you understand one way, you can leverage your understanding to sort of figure out like how the other way works too. All right, anyway, I think I've killed this. I've beaten it to death. Let's move on. This just wants me to annotate the must use, right? I think we will want that. How did I... Oh, right. It's just must use use host. Return value. So I laugh because this is just an attribute to the compiler, basically, to say that if anyone calls my host function but doesn't use the return value, since there's no side effect, it would be pointless to call this function and not use the return value, right? So this will tell the compiler, generate a compiler warning if someone calls this method and doesn't use the return value. And because we can, I print this bad humorous message so that if someone calls that and doesn't use the return value, they'll see that and they'll be like, what was this developer thinking when he wrote that? Anyway, back to the test. Oh, and I forgot to mark my test. We'll just search for it. All right, so we can run it and it passes now, right? No, I'm not implementing something. Yay, what do we have to implement now? Check scheme. All right. Let's go implement check scheme. Wait a minute. Did I not call it check scheme in the C++? Maybe not. Where are we using it? Using it in parse scheme. Oh, right. I used to call it legal scheme check strategy, which is really silly. Combined with this. Okay, so it's the combination of fails match with legal scheme check strategy. I don't know what I was thinking. This is way overkill. This is constructing a function to be used with as a strategy pattern to this loop. So we can make it a lot simpler. Let's do it. So let's just pull the loop out. And this is scheme. This is for C in scheme, chars, and then why do we have this empty space character there? I have no idea why I'm doing that. Oh, right. If candidate's empty. Okay, so that's because this is first character. Because it requires at least one character. All right. So then we can just do away with that error right away. We can say if scheme dot is empty, then error empty scheme. There. I need to return that. That's an early return. Now I don't need this chunk because we'll always at least have one character. And then I can just put this logic inside there. Yes, this chunk. Yeah, I should have done it this way in the C++ as well. All right, so then there's no is... Oh, we still need this is first character. Okay. This is mutable. We don't need all this stuff. We don't need that. We don't need this check. So this becomes that. Do we have alpha? I do have an alpha. Okay. So contains returns a bool. So I can say if not, then return. Again, we can do this with an iterator later. I know Everx is about to say that. Could enumerate and check the index instead of having a bool flag. Yeah, I think my preference right now, because it's less load on my brain, is to keep it closer to C++, and later I'll just put a note. Yeah. In fact, I'll take your note to do improve on this by enumerating. There we go. Hey there, Nightshade dude. Okay, if it's the first character, if it's not an alpha character, then we're returning an error illegal character. And then if it's not the first character, then if not that, also return an illegal character. Actually, I could just select which hash set we're using based off of this, right? So let valid characters equal, if it's first character, then it's alpha. Else it's scheme not first. And then this just becomes, and we should borrow from here, right? If valid characters contains that, then I don't need all this stuff. And I don't need the return, because if we get out of this, it's okay. And it's just scheme, right? Why did I have it return something? I don't know why I did. I think it's just so that I could chain it. Check it, and then since it returns it, we can just use it without having to reference that twice. Yeah, it was just a convenience. So I can just say, okay, scheme. And then, oh, I don't have that defined yet. All right. So much cleaner? Yeah. See, Rust is helping me, just by its conventions, make this code a lot cleaner. Where should we define it? Where did we define it here? We defined it after sub-delimiters. So it's down here. Crunch, crunch. Delete line, delete line. Let's just hit all these at the same time. We need this boilerplate here. Scheme not first. Okay, and then it's alpha.iter, right? And then dot chain digit dot iter dot chain. And then how do we do the list? All right, this way. It's just an array. And now I have to iterate that, right? Yep, iter. I'm cheating by looking at the other ones I did. And at the end, we have a collect into a hash map. There. Without the commas. Okay, I didn't like the collect because do I need to do a copied? Oh, right. There was a reason I had to do copied. What was it? I don't remember why I needed a copied. Why is the copied? Without the copied, it becomes a problem. The collect has an issue with it. Let's see what the issue is. F8 it. Thank you for the follow. A value of a hash set characters cannot be built from an iterator over elements of type reference to char. Okay, yeah, it's because we need to dereference every element of the iterator, and that's what copy does, apparently. You love the beast cam? Yeah, whenever the kitty is up on the cat tower, we're gonna put the camera on, I guess. I don't have a beast, but I do have, how about alias com beast Casper? Now beast should work. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so scheme not first. And why is this not working? They should be the same types. They're both hash sets of characters, right? Yeah, so what's the deal? Wait. Type reference to... That's not a type, that's a... Wait a minute, that's a struct? Oh, can we not do this? Why? Is it just something the way lazy static works? These don't have compatible types? Ooh. Maybe if I say reference to hash set char, it would be okay. There we go. It needed some help with the type inference. Oh, you're saying if I dereferenced it first? Now, why does that work? Because it's a ref... I see. I actually kind of prefer the other way I did it. Just being explicit about the type. Wait a minute, that doesn't work. No, it does if I make it a reference. There we go. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't like that construction. I don't like that. I'd prefer to do it this way. Okay, so, I have to borrow my character. It defines a custom type that implements deref with target is the inner type. So it has to do with how lazy static works then. Yeah. Hey, I think I did it. Let's run the test again. And I keep forgetting to bookmark it. Let's bookmark it. When I bookmark it, that's the time where I won't need it to be bookmarked anymore because we'll just pass, right? Nope, we're still... don't have something implement. Oh no, we actually got a failure. The test failed. Interesting. So we got a none for the host. Oh, did I not implement the authority parsing? Did I not mark it as unimplemented? No, we should have reached here. Okay, so maybe this part is broken. What was that error again? Wish I could read this. What's 119? That doesn't look right to me. I think I didn't do the right thing. Thank you for the follow. This would imply there are 3 characters. Oh, no, it's www. Okay, www.example.com. Yeah, that's this. So host is returning none. All right. I want to debug to that point, please. Go. And I want to look at the state of URI. What do we have in there? Authority. Well, yeah, it should have gotten to the unimplemented line. It should have tried to parse the authority part of that. I don't know why it didn't. It got the scheme part. Did it just put the rest into the path? Oh, yeah, look at that. It put the authority into the whole path thing, so I must have messed up at the point where we're deciding if we need to split the authority from the path. So, right here, split authority from path. Yeah, let's just debug it and see what's going on here. Wait, we got a panic already? Oh, we reached that before that breakpoint, so we never got to that function. Okay, we should have gotten there. I don't understand. Go to that line, please. How come I can't get to my bookmark? I don't know. For some reason, my bookmark key wasn't working. Debug. Okay, there we are. So go into that. Wait. It didn't start with // so what did it? It's empty string. What? What's the path end? 26. Oh, I did this wrong. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't right. Oh, wait. Authority and path is not empty. Why does it say it's empty here? That's completely I think, okay, I think maybe it's a debugger problem. Rerun. Let's go to that first line. It says it's empty string for some reason. It shouldn't be an empty string because I am passing authority and path string, which is that long string there. I think it's just a debugger issue. I think the real problem is I didn't chop the colon off the front. I'm off by 1. When we parse the scheme out, we're off by 1. Yeah, so we find the scheme and yeah, we need to add 1 to that. Yeah, we need to skip the colon. That's what it is. All right, so then go there, run it again. Okay, there we go. Next thing is unimplemented is parse authority. Cool. So parse authority. This is where it gets a little bit complicated because you can have IPv6 literals and all sorts of junk. Yeah, this is a more involved function, so it's going to have a bunch of arms that we're not going to implement right away. Let's do it. Copy. Paste. Okay, this is going to be a mess for a while. I don't like it when it does that. We'll just convert this. I wish I had a macro to convert this. There we go. All right. Do I want to have a parser state? I think I will. But there are not classes, and it doesn't like, okay, it doesn't like this format. Okay, we can convert it to upper camel case. It didn't do it. Camel, change case camel. Okay, but then make the first character capitalized. I wonder why that didn't work. Select all, change case camel upper first. Why is that not working? That doesn't work. I have to do that one and then fix the first character myself. That's okay, we can just fix it ourselves. I'm doing Control-Shift-L, Control-Shift-P, Enter, 1 word to the left, delete character, capitalize it. I guess I could just do capitalize word. Capitalize? No. Don't think there is a shortcut for that. Sip the first character. What do you mean by sip the first character? Oh, skip. Not sure how to do that easily. It doesn't take that many keystrokes to fix it up. And okay, this is gonna match too many things. We'll just manually do this one. Oh, I didn't hit this one, I guess. Whoops, there. All right. That one didn't work either. Port. All right. Yeah, this is some crazy stuff I was doing. Okay. First things first, so we have to have the style correct. Control Shift right arrow should select the whole line. Control Shift right arrow only selects one word for me. To do the whole line, I have to go home twice. Oh, I have multi-cursor on. Home twice, and then Control or just Shift end of line. Shift end of line. Okay. We are comparing to the end of string, and wait a minute, why are we only decoding? Oh, because it's user info, okay. Yes, so we'll have two arms here then. So, if let snake case some user info delimiter equal that, then we deal with the user info else we're doing. So the user info part is here. Okay, and I suppose we're getting the host port string. Yeah. Let host port string equal the rest of it. So this or this. Mr. Sir, 17 months. I know the beast is asleep but on cam. How are you doing, Chris? Thank you for the 17-month resub. Wow, it's a long time. A year and 5 months. I'm doing some C++ to Rust porting today. Low-level components. Trying to keep it chill and not get too stressed out about things. But also trying to brush up on my Rust at the same time and learn new things. So, hey, by the way. But so, for example, we were looking at this if let else could also be rewritten as an as ref and then with a closure. The core code is the same here. And we were exploring, because some viewers recommended that this is another way to do this code down here. I was exploring how that works, and I had to figure it out. And then once I figured it out, I wrote it down for notes to myself to read tomorrow when I forget what the heck this as ref and then do. So we're doing a lot of that today. So I'm not like feverishly trying to port this. I'm taking little side trips to explore things like alternate ways to write it, and then we're like evaluating which one to use, which one's more efficient, which one is easier to read. And you know, in the end I'm deciding what I like better. I like this if let else version better. Other people might like this way better because there's no if let in there. It's just it's more pure function calls. But probably in the end, I think we're all in agreement that the compiler optimizes away all of the syntax, and you end up with the same thing. Yeah, doing some experimentation. Oh, the beast is active. He's jumping down. Where's he going? There he goes. He's being assaulted by being petted by the kids, and now he's standing around kind of dazed. Are you hungry, kitty? He's just kind of standing there looking around. Okay, now he's making his way into the kitchen. Okay, we gotta turn off the beast cam. Goodbye, bye, kitty. The compiler's smarter than you, just write the code. Yeah. Yeah, and when I get too stuck with trying to do these references and slices, I take a step back and I say, hey, if a clone saves me from a lot of grief and getting stuck and frustrated, I'll do the clone, you know? But so far, we've been pretty lucky not having to clone unnecessarily. At the expense of having to just figure out some things like as deref is sort of a weird one, where we turn an option, a vector that's inside of an option, into a slice that's inside of an option, because what as deref does is it lets you reach in and change this thing inside of the option if the thing supports the deref trait. So in this case, the vector of U8 supports deref with the target being array of U8s, and so this just works. It lets you basically convert the types and fit what the internal thing is, which is an option vector of U8s, to what we want to pass out, which is an option slice of a U8 array. So we're learning little tricks like that, so we don't have to clone. If I didn't know that trick, I might just say, hey, let's just clone the array to get it, or to get it into whatever type I want. Or I might have just said, okay, I'll just make that a vec U8 and end up copying it because I don't want to move it out, right? I'll end up doing that if I can figure it out. But if we can figure out the Rust foo, I'm going to totally do the Rust foo. Okay. All right, back to the parsing of authority is really complicated because there are a lot of parts and optional things that you can have an authority of a URI. You can have an IPv6 address. You can have an IP4 address. You can have a future IPv4 future. You could have invalid characters that are after, trailing characters. You could have percent encoded characters in there. All sorts of things we have to deal with. Well, thanks, Mr. Sir. I just went with my professional photo with the tie and everything, because I figure you can see my face now anyway, so there's no need for me to have a anonymizing avatar, so to speak. Okay, authority string. As you can see, I have accepted the snake case format for variables. I'm trying to hit them all at the same time. I think we got them all. So snake case it is. All right, and then same thing for user info, snake case. And then substring turns into slice from 0 ... with a an at, and then we're gonna have to do a let, and we're gonna put that. Okay, ultimately we're constructing an authority, right? So maybe I just start it off here. Yeah. Why do I have a next? Next usually implies a first. Did I mess up there? Huh. Okay, that should say first. All right, so then let's make an authority. So let authority. Or wait. Authority is its own structure. So we should probably defer to that. Yeah, so I should probably just have, where do I store it in the meantime? An option? So like let, I guess that has to be mutable, right? User info equal, which is an optional vec u8 equal none for now. And then I don't need to do a let here. I do need to decode it though. Right, so that's why I have this decode element. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to say it's self decode element. Decode element, please. Right. Decode element, there's a slice for decoding, and we're using user info, not percent encoded characters. And put a question mark at the end, because we bail early if it doesn't decode properly. That's the equivalent of our return false. And then, what are we doing with that? That's host port string. All right, that's what, yeah. That's just what goes back into host port string. So then this becomes, substring again turns into this. All right. Had no idea what to expect jumping into the stream, but that's one magnificent page of code. Yeah, we're trying to fix it up, Uber Unix. A little bit at a time. I'm trying to clean it up. Hey, by the way, I got criticized on YouTube for this code being like way overkill, and to some extent I agree, but I am very pedantic about this because it's a very low-level component, and the compiler will optimize away a lot of this crud for me anyway, and I do a little bit of overkill because I'm also demonstrating like how to implement a very low-level spec for something. So we're going to end up being a little bit more verbose. What am I getting wrong here? Not compatible types. Oh, well, decode element should return. Oh, it's a result. Okay, so then this needs to be sum. Right? Hold on, let me think about this. Can I do a sum and bury this in here? I think I can. Yeah, okay, that works. I just need to define what that means. The semicolon we need, yes. Oh, no. Yeah, thank you. That's semicolon, right? Thank you for that. Give you another point. Hey, no, but you saw there was a semicolon I didn't mean to have. I don't want a semicolon there because that's the result that we're yielding for the host port string. This might be a clumsy way of doing it. I kind of hesitate to have the double assignment. But this is the leftover part, right? That's either a substring or the entire string, depending on... And maybe I need to make this into a match to be easier to read. I should have a match to form the host port string, and then the side effect, if it has a user info, is that, right? Yeah, maybe we should do that. So I would do here a match this part. This is a case where, it probably is a good idea to make it look like this to be a little bit easier to read. Because we have this side effect stuff, but in the end, we get that, and then everything else, we just yield the input. And then the main result of that is to form the host port string. Yeah, I think that's better than having an if let and another let outside, right? Okay, so then we did that. What's going on here? Is that just leftover crap? Let me look. I think it is just leftover junk. Yeah, that's just leftover junk, so I don't need it. All right, I need this user info not percent encoded. I need to pull that over. Would it look cleaner with an if-let? This looks cleaner to me right now. I can swap it back we can compare. Just a minute, let me get this syntax. Let me get this static converted over. Where do I put it? Put it near pchar not percent encoded. Didn't I have that in there? Yes, right here. So paste. Indent a few times. Maybe indent that back. We're going to pull this boilerplate down to here. We're going to delete a few lines. We're going to convert this comment. We're going to take the name and plug it in there. Delete that line. All right, and then we have, we'll get rid of that. So this becomes .iter. .chain with this iterator. .chain with... Oh, here's where we can do, it's only one element, so I can do a .chain, what was it? Once. No, let's just keep it an array, because I don't remember the syntax. There's a way to make an iterator out of one element, rather than having to make an array, but yeah, I can't remember it right now. And there we go. We have our user info not percent encoded character set. Standard iter once. Thank you, Rust Yako. Would that look better than that to do .chain standard iter? Is that right? The autocomplete's not helping me, so I figure I got something wrong. Let me look it up. Once. Oh, is it? No, here it is. How do we use it? Yeah, so it should just be that, right? Okay, not quite right. Why? What is the error? Type mismatch. Expected char found reference to char. Oh, a dot copied? Oh, that should be on its own line. Seriously, I need to copy it? No, that's not right. What am I doing wrong? Okay, it has something to do with it or once. I'm guessing it's because this isn't a reference, so reference. There we go. So which way is better? This way or that way? I think I prefer that way just because it's fewer characters. Yeah, and then this way doesn't need that weird borrow the constant character. I can remove the standard part. Not without a use. I have to do a use to do that. I'm gonna stick with this. But I do thank you for the input, though. It's standard it or once if I wanted it. All right. Okay, so I wanted to explore what this would look like without a match. So without a match, the beginning looks the same, only I had an if let sum that equal this. Else. Essentially, we get this form, right? With a semicolon at the end. So which way looks better? I think I prefer this way, really. Because I can see more clearly that we have a side effect here. Whereas here it's harder. Well, I don't know. Really, the only difference is the first line. The fact that this has two equal signs and two lets, I think might look confusing to some people. Yeah, match does have the shorter first line, but it also has an extra. It's shorter because we moved the pattern into a second line, so we kind of cheated by doing that. And we also needed to add a little bit of extra syntax to replace the else. I think the fact that it doesn't expand over to the right. It doesn't have two assignments. It doesn't have two lets on the first line. I mean, I guess we could do something like that. But I don't know. I don't know what I would want to do to break it up. I think I prefer the match in this case. I gotta go with personal preference a little bit. Over 80, yeah. That cursed 80 character line. It won't print correctly on my dot matrix printer. All right. What about if on a new line? Let's look. I mean like that? I kind of would want to indent the whole thing because this is really a Rust version of a ternary, right? Still using teletypes. Some user info. I don't see where you're going with that, but this form looks a little bit more like that to me because now we have some separation of the lets, right? And this one doesn't need the let at all because it's just a part of match that we don't have that let keyword there. I don't know. The indentation being a little wacky, I think I'm still going to go with... I'm sorry if let people, but I got to go with match this time. Now, we only have one match. We're doing two things here, though. We are figuring out what the host port string is, and the side effect of if we actually have that delimiter in there, that we have a user info. I guess another way we could do it is we could combine these two with a tuple. That might be more clear, right? What if we combine these with a tuple? Can I actually make a tuple with one of them mutable? Like, can I do that? Am I allowed to do that? Because if I do that, then I'd combine these two, maybe. Broadest sense possible, what's going on? I can try to do that. So it all comes down to what the heck is a URI, right? URI RFC. It's 3986. It's a specification for a very small piece of the internet protocols, right? So there's a nice picture in here that kind of takes something that looks familiar and kind of breaks it down to show you. So let me find it. Here it is. So here is a, something that looks maybe familiar to you if you use a web browser or address bar and you know a little bit about technically. Instead of foo, you might have HTTPS or HTTP, right? So different pieces of one of these identifiers. One of them is the authority piece. And that's the part. Overall, what I'm doing is I'm writing a library in Rust that will take this string and pick it apart into different pieces. Because let's say I'm writing a web server, and the web server needs to know what's the path that you asked for the resource. It doesn't need the scheme or the authority or the query, or it just wants the path, right? So parsing is taking this input and breaking it down into its pieces, and one piece we might care about is the path, right? So I'm writing a library to do that. I've already written a library to do this in one language, C++. Today and yesterday I've been porting or converting that library from C++ language to Rust language, right? So the part of the library I'm porting right at this minute is the part that's parsing this part of the string, the authority part. And part of the authority, they get into more detail about what an authority can have. It can have a optional user info with an @ sign. So this is like old school stuff where like it used to be some websites you would have to put your username and maybe a password in front of the host name in order to authenticate. Nowadays we don't do that because it's silly, it's insecure. You would first go to the website and it would challenge you to provide a to log in to authenticate. But in the old days, you could log into a website by providing your username with an @ sign in front. Actually, it's still used today for certain things like SSH identifiers. When if I show you what remote I have for this, right? Git remote -v. See how there's a git at github.com? That's the user info part, right? So right now I'm writing the code that takes the authority and figures out what part's the user info, if there is one, which part's the host, and if there's a port number where it is, right? So that's why because the user info is optional, that's why there's this optional part here. If there's no @ sign, we're going to end up saying the host port part is the entire authority string. But if there is an @ sign, we need to break it up into those two pieces. We need to grab the user part, and then we need to grab the rest and make that the host port string. Is that why emails are like that? Maybe. Yeah, email addresses they look like URIs, but I don't think they are. So I think it's a coincidence or maybe an old convention that the @ sign in strings that identify things usually had the username up front and then the domain on the right. I think it might be a coincidence, or maybe email addresses sort of follow the same conventions as URIs. Anyway, that's what we're doing from the very high level down. You have no foundation of knowledge. Yeah, the best way to get a foundation of knowledge is to start from the very, very, very basics. If you go to something like freecodecamp.org, they'll show you like the very basics of, say, HTML and JavaScript, and you'll learn like if you start picking up a programming language like C or JavaScript, they'll teach you like what is an array, what is a variable, what's a loop, that kind of thing. And when whatever language you pick, like in this case I picked Rust, the fundamental building blocks are things like these keywords let and match, and then variable names, and then these are functions, and these are the arguments to functions. So you'll learn those elemental building blocks one at a time separately, and then you'll have to combine those pieces of knowledge together to form something that actually does something substantial. Like this block of code is literally figuring out how to go from that, to break out whatever we have for authority into its various pieces, user info, then we get this host port string because we have to split that further off of the colon, which you see somewhere down here. It gets complicated, but yeah, to get that foundation of knowledge, you have to start with the basics. What is a loop? What's a variable? What are functions? And then once you kind of understand each of those little pieces, then you can kind of integrate them together to do something with them. Start with the small things, learn. Yeah, it takes a while. Don't be discouraged if you don't get it right away. It's taken me years. So, what was I was trying to combine these two variables, user info and host, into one, right? And I was thinking I could just do this, and I just need to yield a tuple here. That's the user. No, the user info is this part actually. I can just say the tuple is that, and then the host port is that. Oh, I'm being subbed by Uber Unix. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let me know if I can answer any other questions. I don't mind taking little excursions to answer questions. I don't even need this block anymore, right? I can just reduce this to just the tuple. Sweet. And then here it's just none, and then the rest of it. Look at that. I actually like that better, because it's kind of showing that fundamentally there are two ways we could go. We either find an @ or we don't. If we find an @ then we need to decode the username, and then the rest of it. And then if we don't find an @ then there is no username, and the host is just the entire string. All right, I like this. Okay, so the reason why we have to do this decode element is because there's this thing called percent coded. Why do I have PCT? Oh, percent encoded. So, for example, you might have a path that looks like C/program files, right? To make that into a URI, you're technically you can't put a space character there, so you're technically supposed to encode it. So %20, that's the ASCII code for space. So when we're parsing our input string, like let's say your name was like John Smith, so you have a URL like johnsmith@example.com. So you would have, that's not a valid URI. You'd have to encode it by doing %20 smith@example.com. So when our parser gets that and it breaks it between those two characters, it can't just take that as the username. It has to %decode it. So that's what decode element does. It's going to turn that string into that by detecting these encodings and then decoding them for us. So that's what this decode element is, and why we're having to do that extra step. I need to do the same thing for the host port, but I think I do that way down here later. Anyway, we're in the middle. Everything up there is Rust. Everything down there is C++. If you're confused, that's what we're doing. In fact, that's a good divider for me to have, right? Everything up here is, so we're in the middle of pushing this converter down. Let's do it. Let's do this next bit. Oh, this next bit's a pain in the butt. Okay, how about we just put the divider here and work on this part up here. This needs to turn into Rust now. What are we doing? We're looping through every character in the host port string. Let's go ahead and fix that name while we're at it. That is snake case host port string. We can just say for C in port string chars. Do I need a ports? I don't know if I need these variables. What's the reason behind transcribing it to another language? I did the original code here in C++ like 2 years ago. And there are two reasons to convert it to another language. One is this code is really gross, and I need to refactor it, clean it up anyway. And the second reason is I really like the Rust programming language. I just learned it, like, I only been using it for like a couple months. And so this library that works but is kind of needs cleanup gives me an opportunity to practice and exercise more with Rust, because I can take a working library with tests and just translate the language and just reuse the same tests and make sure that I'm only focusing on the language change and not having to make something from scratch. So rather than make something from scratch with a new language I don't know very well, I said, hey, let's take a language, let's take something that already works and has good tests around it and just focus on changing the language. So just breaking up my problems into smaller pieces. And also, this is a very low-level library. If I get this converted to Rust, then I can do more things in Rust. So, for example, this ability to break strings for URIs up into pieces, you need this to build a web browser, web client, web server. I'm going to use this library later to, if I make a web server, if I want to make my web server to be written in Rust, I'm going to want a Rust library that does this part of it. So I do these lower level parts and then build up, maybe make a web server in Rust. So yeah. Wow, it's already 5 o'clock. I didn't know I've been streaming for 4 hours. Time flies, huh? I don't think I need to do any of this junk. Oh, we will need we will need a decoder though. So we want this PEC decoder. But we don't declare it this way, right? We do it this way. Equals % new. Why didn't that not work? Probably because this junk. Need a let in front. Is that because it's in the module? How come it knows about it? Maybe it's not, it's probably because the rest of the code is not done yet. Hey, Rubadub TV, how are you today? Use the Rust library from your C++ code? Yeah, I'd rather practice more writing Rust than using it. Okay. Maybe I should just, I should just continue this trend of commenting things out that I'm not sure if I need yet. Okay, so then switch is just match. And we don't need these parentheses. This becomes snake case, so obviously I deem that line. And then I don't need the type declaration, instead it's a let. And we're going to be changing it, so make it mutable. Also, we're going to be changing the decoder as we go. Okay, so this type should be known. No, why does it say unknown? I think it's saying unknown when I hover over it because I have other compiler errors that it's confused by. All right, so anyway, that needs to be snake case. There we go. Ooh, that was bad. Okay, let me manually change that. There we go. And so we don't have cases, we have arms like that have to have commas at the end. This is going to be a little bit tedious, but that's okay. We're converting C++ code into Rust today. By the way, for a very low-level library that deals with parsing URLs for web servers and clients and that kind of thing. You know what would be a cool feature in Twitch is if, like, I could hit a button somewhere and say, what I just explained in the last 5 minutes was a really good thing that I might have to repeat if someone asks the same question 10 minutes from now. Yeah, it is a huge switch. I'm already thinking that I should not have a big statement. This is what's called a state machine, where you basically have a loop, and every iteration of the loop, you look at your state and your other inputs, and you figure out what the next state is going to be. There's probably a better way for me to write this. But I'm going to wait until I refactor this code to clean it up. Or, by definition, that's what refactoring is. I'm going to refactor this later. I just want to get this ported and then refactor it. All right. Yeah. Thing is, I use the same spelling for that everywhere. So I have to be careful when I change this. This is maybe a good reason why Rust has this convention. Variables have snake case, and types do not. Types use camel case, or Pascal case. Thank you for the follow. Been trying to catch a stream, but haven't been able to. I haven't streamed for like a month and a half. You saw my talk on Rust. Awesome. Yeah, I helped out giving a talk for the, oh, what is it? The the Manning Publishing. Yeah, I just got that. Thank you, 715209. All right, I'm just kind of going through and hitting these as I see them. We're going to be building the port string one character at a time. Okay, that's probably why we did this. So let mutable port string is a new string. String new. Is that talk available on YouTube? Yeah, I have my own copy of it. It's unlisted. I probably need to make it go public. But Manning Publications also has a VOD on their YouTube channel. And for the last, you just look up the last Rust conference that they hosted. My talk is like a really fast 10-minute lightning talk. I was a very minor speaker. I wasn't a big shot there. That's fine. Chris Griffin was in that same talk, and he talked a bit about using Rust in web dev, using U. And I think he's a much better presenter than I am, and he had a great presentation. You should check it out. I don't have a link to it though. I'd have to scrounge through my notebooks to find it. Okay, we could probably just match that in a lot of places and get rid of the parentheses in one shot there. Okay. You know what we can do is, if everything is going to end up changing the host parsing state, we can just say host parsing state equals match host parsing state, and then we can do this and get rid of the breaks, right? Yeah. We just have to make it the last line and remove the semicolons. Yes. Yeah, that gets rid of a lot of redundancy, I think. Except for stuff like here, we just have to be a little bit repetitive. We have to say that. Actually, I guess we can say that there and there. All right, and then this does change the state. Okay, so then we need an else. And then we do something like this with no semicolon. All right, and get rid of that. No break needed. Get rid of a couple of these parentheses. Oh, thank you, Rub It Up TV. Yeah, there you go. September 15th, that sounds right. I talked about traps that I run into all the time because of my C++ bias. Ooh, I caused a big compiler error there. I wonder if that means I'm getting closer to the syntax construct here being correct. Yeah, so I run into a lot of things just because of my C++ bias, and learning Rust, I recognize a few patterns and anti-patterns that once I recognize them, they've been helping me pick up and use Rust a little bit better, and not be so handicapped by my biases. Okay, so this has to repeat these, right? And okay, all this needs to go. This just needs to repeat that. Getting there. Repeat. Oh, no, there. Okay. And then that. this is actually, okay. There. So pushback becomes push. Capital contains becomes lowercase contains. I don't have that function yet. Pushback becomes push. Okay, this, I need to redo this in a second. And that's lowercase support. I'm just hitting all the red squigglies so wherever I see them. Why do I need this variable host is registered name? Oh, because we need to convert it to lowercase if it is true. Okay, so we will need that. Let mute that snake case. All right, and then I don't think I need to make a new percent encoded character decoder there. We just need to change the state there. Okay, what's wrong with, okay, probably the parentheses. This probably doesn't exist. Yeah, that doesn't exist. I need that copied from here. Here we go. It's going to be a lot of tedious work here, pulling in a lot of these character sets that I don't have in the Rust yet. Okay, it goes after user info, not percent encoded. Okay, so great, right there. Okay, so get rid of these lines. Convert these comments. And then we have some boilerplate here that goes there. The name gets moved into that boilerplate. We get rid of that. Okay, so we start by including the unreserved characters and then chaining with sublimiters, sub-delimiters. And then copy and collect them. Why did it not like that? Something I did wrong here. Oh, commas. There we go. Okay, this is probably telling me I could make it simpler. Try it. Oh, is that it? Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, so then I need to borrow that whenever I do look it up. And oh, we don't have a variable called host. Oh, right here. Where was it in the original C++? Oh, that's, yeah, that was a member variable, so we don't have that here anymore. So, I think we're just making a mutable container for it. String new. Yeah, okay. Technically, it's not a string though, right? It's gotta be, it's got to be a vector of uint8s because we're going to be decoding stuff. Oh, I decoded at the end though, don't I? Where do I decode the host? I don't even see where I do that. Oh, I do it internally here. Okay, so that's why we're getting an error here. So yeah, host needs to be a vector of uint8s. And I always get that wrong. There we go. Turbofish. That's the turbofish operator. : : less than some type greater than. Okay. So yeah, we have to say it's because it starts out its life as a character. We have to say that. Oh, but there was a better way to do that, right? Ah, what was it? I already forgot what it was. It had unwrap in it. What was it? It was unwrap. What was the unwrap? I forget now. Was it in here? There it was. U8 try from. Yep. Ew, turbofish. Yeah, I know. Okay, so it's U8 try from C unwrap. And that doesn't work yet because I need to include... Ooh, what happened to my uses? Oh, I'm in the wrong file. No, I'm in the right file. Was it this one? Try from? Ah, shoot. I keep hitting the wrong key. Yes. Okay. Oh, we're not using borrow anymore? So I can get rid of that? Unused import. Great. Let's get rid of it. All right. Why are we getting an error there? File not found? Uh-oh. What'd I do? File exists. I wonder if that's caused by my other compiler errors. I hope so. I hope I didn't just screw everything up just now. That was probably what it was. I damaged that file. No? That file's okay, right? Then why am I getting this now? Okay, this scares me. I don't like this. Let me comment out this junk. Make sure I didn't really screw something up. What do we do at the end? We're just gonna say unimplemented. Okay, yeah, I damaged something somehow. Because it can no longer find the percent. Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, this got mangled. I mangled that by accident. Percent encode. There we go. Okay, that really scared me. Okay, this got mangled too. I must have did that with the search replace thing by accident. Alright, so let's just fix it in these three places. Alright, good. Get rid of unimplemented. Bring this back uncommented. There we go. I didn't mean to uncomment that. Should be Pascal. The module names have to be snake case. The class inside the module, though, is Pascal case. Yeah. It's weird. So it's just so that we know that this has to be a class because it can't be a module because modules are snake case. All right, so where were we? It still doesn't like that. Why not? Wait, what? The trait bound from character is not satisfied. But it worked in the other place. Try from. It worked there. Oh, that's U32. Shoot. Yeah. That's not what I wanted then. I don't want the try from, actually. Oh, I want try from C as U32. That's what I want. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, name snake type is Pascal. I guess that's one way to think of it, yeah. Okay, here I need to... This else needs to be an actual error. We're actually returning an error. Illegal character. Okay. In fact, everywhere where I have an explicit return false, we need that. So I might as well just go through that and do that right now. Although a lot of these I'll end up taking away later. That's okay. Alright, going back up. Okay, so the percent encoded character state. Right, we just say pec decoder next C. And then that gives us a result. So I should do question mark. So then we'll get an option. So then should just do a match, right? Or an if let. How about just do an if let sum C equal that? then that's this part, else that. There we go. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. Yeah, URI decoder. Yep. And mine's going to be standards compliant. How are you doing, Mr. Halsey? I tried out... Oh, wrong page. I tried looking at URI parse. They claim conformance to the RFC, but I found some bugs in it, and I didn't really like their interface. Are you sure you can use C? Yeah, pretty sure I can. That's a character. Well, I'm shadowing it, but I don't need it anymore in this arm, right? So really need to push C. Okay, we'll call it CI so I know what I'm talking about. Whoops. It's a C as an integer. It's a decoded character. Yeah, you guys should also check out Mr. Halsey. Another Rustation in the team Rustations. And Mr. Halsey, Ecton Dev, Museum, these people all know Rust a lot more than I do. I'm still learning Rust, which is why I'm doing this exercise today of taking code I know works in C++, translating it to Rust, getting some exercise in what the concepts map to between languages, and then getting help from you guys. Would wish you could sub in for another reason than that pun. I do my best to entertain, or to try to entertain. All right, so IPv literal expects a V, and I guess we're just doing a straight conversion of it, right? Actually, if we know it's a V, I can just push a binary V. There we go. And then we're looking for the version number. Okay, so if it's a IPv6 address, then we validate the host. So I don't have that. That function doesn't exist yet. We should just, what? Does validate just check it? I need to go to the original. Validate, yeah, this one. Does it just check it? It's got its own scary state machine, but it ultimately just sees if it's good, right? So there is no side effect. If there's no side effect, then I guess I'll keep it as that. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, this we need to keep it as is, so I am doing this business, right? What happens if it's not an ASCII character? What are we supposed to do here? I think maybe I shouldn't be doing these unwraps. I think I need to make sure it's an ASCII character, because encoded URIs have to be ASCII, don't they? Yeah, I shouldn't be doing these unwraps in both of these places, so let me fix this. Ultimately, we should, before we, at the very front here, we should check that. Yeah, we should. So, we should say if let, no, not if let, let. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Rust iterator is the best thing since sliced bread. Mr. Halsey's great with the Rust puns. Don't you have a... I think Mr. Halsey has a collection of Rust puns that he pulls from. All right. I think I just want to shadow C here. Let C equal U8. Well, yeah, U8 try from. Why not? Actually, I can be a lot more specific. I can start with try from, because it not only has to fit into 8 bits, but it has to be an ASCII character. Wait a minute. I'm already going to be verifying these characters later, right? Because doesn't this host get decoded? Oh, wow. No, it doesn't. So that means this code had a bug in here. Oh, wow, an anonymous Gifter gifted out a sub to Warcried. Thank you, anonymous gifter. I think there's a bug in my C++ implementation because we never ran it through a permitted character check, I think. For these host characters, these pushbacks, we're not validating these characters are correct. Right? We're only validating that it oh wait, no, we validated there, but where was it? Where was it? I think I know here we are validating it. Maybe we're good. Okay, yeah, maybe IPv future, we're not validating it. That might be a bug. I need to check the spec, though. It would be here, really. What's the difference between future number and future body? If there's a dot? Okay, yeah, I think we might have a bug. So let me check. IPv future. Oh yeah, look, we're supposed to check against unreserved subdelimiters and colons. I don't think I'm ever doing that. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, we have a bug. The original C++ code. So I should have a test that uses illegal characters in the IPv future block. Okay, so the IPv future is if we have the literal brace followed by V and then some hex digit and then a dot. And then if we put like some kind of illegal character in here, like some Unicode character, it should fail. It should fail my code, but I bet it doesn't. Let me add a test. Do I have a test that handles IPv future? I don't. Well, there we go. I don't even have a test for IPv future. I never wrote one. Okay. Should I write one? Maybe copy the IPv6 tests. All right, IP. So we're switching to C++ for a little bit. IP, what's it called exactly? IPv future. All right, so they're all like V something, right? V and then some hex digit. So let's have a valid one. So like 1 and then a dot and then one or more characters that are legal. So like, I don't know, any unreserved characters like X or something should give me. So the original C++ code stripped the brackets out. In the Rust, I'm going to actually fix that. I'm not going to worry about it in C++, but that should be a valid. So let's build off of, let's make another valid one. Another valid one would be like XY, like 2 characters there. With maybe a hex digit. And then what else falls under the category of valid? Colon. So we could have a colon X, or X colon Y, what else? I could do subdelimiters, but I don't really feel like it. That's probably good enough, right? So now some invalid ones. We should immediately run into that rule when we see a V, but if we don't have a hex digit that follows. So if we have like X, that's not valid. What even is IPv4? It's an extension point in the specification where if some future version of the internet protocol were to be invented and it has a different way of specifying an address, that as long as it fits within these character sets, you could express it in a URI today. And it would pass any compliant parser, right? But it doesn't mean anything now, but a parser written today would still work in the future, even, you know, even though we didn't know what the actual meaning of these characters were, we still have a way to express it legally. Are you going to replace the C++ version with the Rust version? Yes, I am, Romania Hate. And also, hello, Warcried. Where did your chat go? Oh, you said cheers. Right there. Congrats on the gifted sub. All right. Shoot. Go back to that. All right. So some other illegal ones would be that we have a valid thing there, but then the next character is not a dot. So that's also illegal. And then let's say we get past the dot, but then the next character is not in this set. So we need to pick a character that, well, so like question mark is not legal, right? Does subdelims have a question mark in it? Yes, subdelimiters doesn't have a question mark in it. So a question mark is illegal. Whoops, I didn't mean to go back. So question mark wouldn't work, right? That's probably good enough. Or how about one more where it starts off legal and then becomes illegal, like X question mark. There we go. So then, yeah, let's just build that. It's back in C++ land, we got to build before we can run the test. And then the test runner will find it, and then I can run it. And hey there, look, it fails. It failed on which one? V1X. Oh, because I misspecified that. My bad. And we should print out which one it was. Well, that's this one. Okay. Run it again. It passes. Okay, so I don't have a bug? Okay, then I don't understand. Because that just pushes it back. It doesn't check. Oh, wait, it does. Right there. I'm blind. Okay, well, it's a good thing I have a test, right? I didn't have a test before, now I do. Pretty sure I don't have any other places where we check IPv future. Okay, I do have one test there, but that is not good. Those are barely legal. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I feel better having this test in there, so I'm going to keep it. Anyway, yeah, this makes sure it's valid. So I can do an unwrap after all. Where did my code go to do the unwrap? There. We can count on that working because why? Hold on. Oh, right. We can at least do that down here. What about up here for IPv6? Oh, because validate does it for us. Oh, but I can't put it into host. I have to validate with a string, not a vector of bytes. Yeah, okay, so I need to change this a little bit. This validate does the % decoding and all that junk, right? Yeah, it does these checks for me. Yes. Okay. So then I need a separate buffer for the host for when we get into this state. What would you do instead if you didn't want to have a huge switch? I suppose that each of these would be separate functions and we'd have a dispatch table. I just don't remember the best way right now in Rust to have a dispatch table. We want to dispatch off of the state, right? So we want to go to a different function based off of what this, what this state is. So these would each be a body of a different function. And they'd all return the same thing. They would just return the new state. And then you could further encapsulate that just by making an object which you feed it each character in, and it handles the state internally. But it all ends up being the same thing. It's a dispatch. You're dispatching to a different bit of code based off what your current state is. So the alternative to not have a big switch statement or a big dispatch would be that you don't use a state machine at all. So I think like if you look at URI parse in their implementation, they don't use a state machine. Instead, they try to break apart and determine what the host is, whether it's an IPv6 or IPv future or literal or whatever. They do that using, I think maybe they use regular expressions or something. So then once they figure out which way it is, then they parse it completely, doing it separate functions for each, rather than having them all mixed together in the same state machine. They'd match statement could be inside a function implemented on the enum. Yeah. You could have, what, each function is a different variant. Oh, cool. Thank you. It's just shown that we received a certain piece of mail. Okay. It's 5:40. I have to think how long I'm going to stream for. I can stream for a little bit longer. Okay. So that's safe because we check it there. Right. Another gifted sub from someone. This one's from Uber Unix. Superius, you got a sub. Superius happens to be like the king of all lurkers in this channel. So no need to acknowledge, say thank you, Superius. I'll say thank you for you, so you don't have to lose your superior lurking status. For a long time, I thought Superius was a bot. But then one time Superius actually chatted saying, no, I just lurk here a lot. Hey there, Bertarius. How are you doing today? But thank you again, Uber Unix. It's very kind of you. All right. Get to destroy the envelope. Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm not doing something stupid when unwrap here. This one I have to handle separately. We can't be pushing into host. I do want to push the unchecked character into something else, so it can't be host. I need another buffer for this. How will we call it? IPv6 address is string new. We push into that instead. And then we push into that. Then we're cool. All right. Okay. Why did I do it this way? Let's go look. I need to know what I'm searching for. IPv future number. Is that the right switch there? I think it is. Okay, so what was I doing here? So there is an implicit else here. I see. So this really should be an else. I screwed that up, I guess. Yeah, that should all be in an else. There we go. Then this... unnecessary parentheses, yeah. Oh, what's telling me I can do here? Whoops. Unnecessary Boolean not. Oh, it just wants me to turn it around, right? Sure, I like positive logic and not negative logic. How do you like that? Now this isn't defined. Okay, we need hex digit. This one's hex digit. So it goes near digit. It goes right here, near digit, hex digit. All right, boilerplate. Here we go. It's hex digit. Get rid of that. And these just become ranges. Inclusive ranges. And then we chain them. So dot chain. And then at the end, we collect into a hash set. Easy peasy. Why does it insist on combining those two lines? I don't know. The if falls through. Yeah, we don't want the if to fall through. That's why it was a mistake at first. Where was I? Down here? Oh, this is another, yeah, we were right here, right? reference to character. So this already validates that we should be able to do that without panicking. Yeah, the original code was... I lost it again. The original code... oh, it does do something different. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, so you're right, Siphon. Give you a point, because I was about to make an error there. We want to push back the character either way. So, would it be simpler to just say... No, it wouldn't be simpler just to say... I was going to say simpler to say to do this check first, but really we can't. It's going to be a little bit redundant then, right? Actually, what if I just change this around a little bit? Put that there, and then end with that. And then push here. And then don't need to push there, and then turn this back into a negative. Yeah, that works. All right. Reference. That character set isn't in there yet. Let's pull it in. Okay, the allowed characters for IPv feature. The one that I didn't think I had covered, and I actually did. All right, so where does it go? It goes last. All right. Last you are. Boilerplate, copy, paste. Copy, pasta. All right, so we have these two get itered. This and the one below it get chained. And this is one of these guys. I always forget. It's just iter. There we go. And then collect it. Yeah, this. Oh, copied, right? That was hiding there the whole time. Okay, cool. Cool. Is another copied up there? No. That one didn't need to be copied, right, because it didn't have an iter. Okay. And this one, it wants me to reverse the logic again, right? Yes. Well, I can just do the same thing I did before, right? I can just say, oh, well, no, this one doesn't have a, no, it does have a pushback. No, it doesn't. This one's different. This one, we always push it back, so we push the dot when, here we don't want to push the bracket in, so it is different. All right, so I'm just going to reverse the logic here. There. And then we have to do this. We already validated it's in, that it should work. Okay. And I still need that U32, right? Yeah, otherwise it doesn't like it. Okay. Am I done? Except for this. Let's just make a placeholder for that later, to do later. Validate IPv6 address. Where are you? Actually, I want to do something slightly different. This, I want to have a return value to put it into host. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's say host equals this question mark. We'll let it handle the error. And then we do a garbage check. Yeah, okay. So then we don't need to borrow the IPv6. It can consume it at that point, right? No, I don't think Rust will be smart enough to know that. So we probably need to borrow it. Actually, let's see if I can get away with a move. It probably won't let me. function validate address. Let's say that we do have a no, it was a caret. It was a string in, right? So I want to use the same names I did down here. What did I use here? Address. Unimplemented. But yeah, let's say we expect to return a vector of uint8s so that I can do this assignment. Right? Yeah, it's not going to let me do it. Oh, because I gotta say self. Now it won't let me do it because it doesn't return a result. Yeah, we need to do that result because it could be an error. Okay, it does let me do that. That's neat. So we end up moving it in, not copying it. That's cool. How does it know that we're not going to reuse that variable? Or maybe it doesn't know yet because we still have some errors down here. What if I comment these out? Now the whole thing is an error. Because the results don't match. Okay. Let's just end in unimplemented. Now I think I'm getting the error I expect. Yeah. Can't move it. Yeah, so we have to borrow it. Because it doesn't know that we're not going to use it again afterwards. And don't implement it yet, so don't give it a name. Oh, why is this a problem? Oh, it's probably going to tell me I can make it a slice. Which I will. Alright, good. Yeah, this is Rust. Yeah, what we're doing today, and you might ask why Rust? It's mostly because my viewers wanted me to learn it. I learned it and I really enjoy programming in it, but I don't know it well enough. So what I'm doing is I'm taking a library that I wrote to implement this protocol, the how to parse URIs, you know, the thing in your address bar, into the different pieces. I have a library for that I wrote in C++ 2 years ago on stream. I'm like, I'll take that and I'll port it to Rust. Why not Rust? Yeah. So the caveat here is I am porting only, I'm not refactoring. So there's a horrific state machine. I'm leaving the horrific state machine. I'm just translating it to Rust. Probably want to come back and make this into a cleaner dispatch. RIIR. What does that stand for? Riot if I Rust. Okay, this is one huge warning. It has large number of lines. Okay, should we suppress that for now? Too many lines. Let's suppress it for now. Okay. To do. Needs refactoring as Clippy dutifully told us. Allow Clippy. Too many lines for now. One guy. 7-month resub. Thank you for the resub, one guy. I appreciate that. Also, I should have said hi to Sebazj. I don't know how to say your name, so that was my weak attempt. Ooh, Rust. That's right. We're doing Rust right now. Aloha. Kekapania. That sounds almost not safe for work. All right. I think we got it to compile. Only, I have an unimplemented here at the end. What do we want to do? If I get down there... Oh, we're checking for if we have garbage at the end, aren't we? Yeah, I should continue. All right, so we're continuing. I guess we're doing the rest of it, so I don't need that divider anymore. This is the rest of the function. All right, so if we get down here, host parsing state needs to be host parsing state. Okay. Yeah, it's going to tell me that there's an easier way to do this. Unnecessary? Then remove them, please. Thank you. Oh. I don't like how that's formatted though. Okay, anyway, what's this? Oh, I didn't implement partial equal? Yeah, I suppose I should implement that. So derive partial equal. Through the magic of derive, we have partial equal. Yeah, I am streaming late. Well, I started late. I started almost 5 hours ago. My schedule is not planned right now. Yeah, I speak English only. Sorry. I'm wondering if I should suppress this or how do I clean this up? Okay, ultimately we are not returning false, we're returning error. Illegal character, because there's some junk at the end, right? I guess I can make a special one. Truncator end early. We could say, yeah, truncated. Is this the only time it will happen? Probably. So truncated host. Sure. Well, there's garbage check too. Right. So there's certain places where you can only have a colon if you have anything else that's an illegal character. And if you have nothing, it's also... Oh no, nothing is a correct state to be in. Okay. Thank you for the follows. I will try to speak and enunciate clearly so that if maybe English is not your primary language, you can still maybe understand me. Yeah, smack in the box. This is a long time sub here, right? Well, 3 months. 3 months is a long time for me. I need to define this, don't I? Let's do it. Truncated host. Write me a truncated host. There. Okay, so this I haven't used yet. No, I did use it. What's the... Oh, warning is probably... Don't need parentheses. Let's get rid of it. This is empty, right? Okay, and then there actually is something built into Rust, right? It's oh wait, but host is not a string, it's a vector. Can we still do host dot to lowercase? Oh, there we go. Hey, that worked. Returns a vector containing a copy of the slice where each byte is mapped to its ASCII lowercase equivalent. That's perfect. All right. And then if it's empty... Oh, okay, this is to construct the port number. So we can say let port equal... yeah, just do this. None. Else. Okay, this was a parse, right? So that's U16 from string, I think. Convert. Try from port string. Yes. And then we get back out a result, uint16, or we get an error. So we can just say some question mark. Yeah, then that replaces all that junk, doesn't it? Okay, but where's my port string? Oh, there it is. I never changed the case of it. All right, let me fix that. Port string. Port string. And then, okay, and then finally when we get to here, we're returning an authority, right? Okay, and then authority has these pieces. Right, so, okay, we don't need a return if it's trail, we just do that. The user info, I have that way up here, don't I? Yes. I actually didn't even need to make it mutable, didn't I? Yeah, didn't need to be mutable. Okay, and so, actually, if I keep the name the same, I can just do that, right? So, let's do it. So, user info. You can convert to lowercase in place, so you don't need to copy. Oh, really? Make ASCII lowercase, and there we go. Hey, that works. Thank you, EverX. Why rewrite in Rust? Because people wanted me to use it. Also, I really like the language now. And hello, Heap1. I'm finding that most of the time when I get my code to compile without warnings, it just works. The unit tests are still there. I actually caught something in the unit test today, only once. But most of the time, the unit tests are just kind of confirming that, yes, it does, in fact, work. Okay, so host. What do I put for that? Why did I make it an option? That shouldn't be an option. I think there always is a host when in the authority part, right? Authority always has a host. Yeah, there's always a host. Why did I make that an option? Okay, we'll fix that. Up to the top you go. Authority. There's always a host name. Fixed. Back down we go. Oh, no, over here. Oh, okay, I have to fix this then. Host always returns a reference. Well, that means I have to mess up this. Alright, so it's just host. Oh, no, I keep this because if there's no authority, it's still an option. Okay, good. It's just that this needs to be some authority host reference. Yes, okay, good. Fixed it. So then, down here, I'll fix this one in a minute. I just want to get this one done. It's just host then, right? And then port is port. And this needs a semicolon. Why does it not like this at all? Oh, we need to say some, or okay. There we go. Have fun with your Blender tutorials, Mr. Halsey. This shouldn't be an option anymore. It is an option if you're missing the authority completely, then there's no host. Does that make sense? Because, like, if you have an authority, yes, there's a host, but authority is an optional part of URI. You only have an authority if it matches this subset of the higher part rule. If it's an absolute, or rootless, or empty path, then you don't have an authority at all. Yeah, tricky. It got me for a moment, too. Okay, now what am I doing wrong with this? Is it that this is a string? Do I need to, like... No? It's hard for me to read that. Couldn't convert the error to error. Implicitly converts, performs a conversion on the error. Okay. Wait. I thought I had a conversion for that. Why does it say % encoded character? Oh. It needs to convert from their type of error to my type of error. Okay, so yeah, I can't do that unless I make a conversion, which I guess I could do. So that's one of these from, right? Yeah. So I need a from whatever kind of error try from gives me. Who knows what it's giving me? Thank you for the follow. Let's look it up in the book. Okay, so let's try from... I'll just pick the exact correct type. Here it is. What do they give me? They give me a really weird-ass error. Okay. Maybe I should just make it generic. U16 as try from U128. Oh no, what am I looking at? I wanted to go to U16, so I don't get confused. And it put me there, but that's not where I should be. I'm so confused. Where is U16? It took me to the wrong place. It took me to I-128. I think their index is messed up. Okay, anyway, let me find one that I do understand. Okay, it doesn't really matter. It's what U6, okay, actually this is it, right? As try from I-16 error. So it's the associated type of the try from trait. So I could make this generic by saying implement from try. Was another thing? Try from T error. No, this can't be right. What are they doing here? Oh, this is going from one thing to another. Okay. Let me just see how this is defined. Yeah, can I just say try from string error? It's not going to let me do that. Because this is a trait, right? That's probably why. I don't know how to do this. Let me just not do it then. Well, when I get better at Rust foo, I'll do this. Right now, I'll just handle this myself. So we'll do if let some port equal that. Well, it's if let okay port else return error illegal character. I thought that would work. Is it not try from? Maybe that's probably what it is. It's not try from, it's like parse or something. Yeah, I think it's parse. I don't remember exactly, so let me look it up. On the Bing, Rust, parse number from string. Convert a string to an int in Rust. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so it is string dot parse to the correct type. Okay, so it's a little bit turned around then. String dot parse turbofish U16. And that didn't work. Why not? If and else have incompatible types. Oh, yeah, okay, so it needs to be a sum. Okay, it's probably going to tell me this can be greatly reduced. Please do that. And that works. Actually, maybe it was because of the other error that I had that strange conversion problem. What if I say just this question mark? No, it still doesn't know. It doesn't know how to convert my error types, right? No, it's still right. So I have to say some. What am I doing wrong here? They are compatible, aren't they? Do I have to say that it's an optional U16? No. Why is it finding a... Oh, because of the semicolon. Duh. I do that a lot. Okay, but it still can't... It can't do the conversion of the error, right? That's what I was afraid of. It can't convert the error. There's no... I would have to figure out the syntax for it. Yeah, thank you. Contemplation. That's a neat name, by the way. Hello. I also forgot to say hi to CodeVal. How could I not say hi to CodeVal? How long have I been coding Rust? About a month and a half, maybe 2 months. And hello. Sorry it took me a while to answer that. All right, this is it. The beginning of your journey. What are you learning? Try to learn something easier. You have to make the first decision. It's probably going to be which programming language. Java. I would say JavaScript. But that's just my opinion, because the JavaScript, I know for a fact if you look at freecodecamp.org, they have some pretty good JavaScript intros, but I don't know anything about Kotlin. All right, I'm going to have to roll my own, yeah, I might as well just undo. Get this back to where it was. For now. And then just let it collapse this, right? Quick fix, try. There we go. Now, this just tells me the parentheses are unnecessary, but my coding style puts the parentheses in there so that to justify the indentation. Otherwise, it looks strange to me. So I'm gonna override for now. I'm gonna override Rust unused parens. Unused parens. Allow unused parens for that one. I should put a note here. My normal coding style requires extra parentheses when for conditionals having multiple parts broken up into different lines. But Rust hates it. Well, sorry, Rust. But we're going to do it anyway. Feels unused parens, man. All right. Okay, I think we're done. Ready to run that test again? Run it. Okay, something not implemented. No, it's just not correct. Oh, it chalked the W off. I wish it would show it with characters, but we can't show it as characters because they're bytes. But I think we chopped off the W from the front of that by accident. Okay, so it was before we weren't chopping off enough characters, but now we're chopping out too many. All right. What am I creating? I am creating a library that will parse... let me get the right page. Parse uniform resource identifiers, URIs. They look like this. Parsing means we take it when it's encoded stream form and we decode it to different pieces, right? Not only do we break it into these different parts, we also do stuff like percent encodings, like %20 becomes a space character. So I'm making a library to do that. Now, you might ask, why am I making my own? There's lots out there. I do it to learn, to practice in this programming language that I just learned a few months ago, which is Rust. And also because I couldn't find an implementation of this specification, this internet protocol called URI, that was fully compliant to the standard. I tried HTTP. It's only focused on the web, not other URI types. I tried URI parse, but they had some bugs, and I didn't like their API. So I'm like, I might as well make my own because at least I'll learn something. So I'm creating this as a fundamental building block for larger programs like web servers, web clients, that kind of thing. If I were to write it myself, I would need building blocks like how do I break up a URL to get the path separate from the query, for example, right? So yeah, that's what we're doing. And I already had this implemented in C++, and I'm porting it to Rust because I want to practice more in Rust. All right. So we're, just to confirm that that's correct, that'll probably make the test pass. Yep. So I'm chopping off a character. Yay, unit test. So we need to find out where I'm chopping the character off. So it must be when we're getting the host name out. Let's find it. Parse host, right? I must be chopping off a character here. It'll go into the state machine. The first thing we'll see is it'll start in the first character step. Actually, is this it? It won't push that first character in, will it? Did I mess up on the very first character? That'd be funny if I did. Thank you for the follow. First character. Oh, there's no break. Look at that. I was relying on it falling through to the next case. Okay, that's funny. Okay, how do we do that in Rust? How do I... oh, probably I'll just fold these two cases together. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad coding. You should never do that. You should never do what I did. Don't do what I did. Yeah, I would agree to pick JavaScript, but again, if you like wanted to do Android apps, for example, Kotlin would be more appropriate because that's what Android apps are written in nowadays, right? It depends on what you're going to be learning the code to do. Like, what are your intentions? Just to learn, maybe start with something a little bit easier, a little simpler, but maybe not as applicable. If you have a goal of making apps right away in Android, though, maybe Kotlin's the way to go. Well, thank you for clipping that. Yeah, why am I doing this? Now you have to clip to paste for future questions? Yeah. Maybe, well, I'm not going to be streaming much more today, but maybe tomorrow I'll find this handy because we're probably still going to be working on this tomorrow just to wrap it up. I'll keep that for tomorrow. This clip, I need to spell correctly. This clip would be useful for explaining, I can't type right now, what we're doing this week. And of course I'm using the royal we, because I'm the streamer. All right, back to here. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to eliminate this state. We're going to eliminate that state. We're going to start off in the IP literal. Actually, let's just fold them together. Okay, yeah, it might be an IP literal or not an IP literal. We have to look at the first character. What if we just look ahead to figure that out? Rather than initializing it to first character, we look ahead. You know, literally, is it the first character begin with a opening bracket, right? There's no other way to get into the IP literal state, is there? I don't think there is any other way to get into that state. It's the first character has to begin with a bracket. That should match the syntax here, right? For authority, for host. Yeah, IP literal has to begin with a bracket. Okay. So it matches the spec. So we can just look ahead. We can say, we can just do this. Just move that code out here. Else this one. This is the Rust way to do, hold on. I need to say this. I screwed that up, didn't I? I'm doing in the totally the wrong file. Pff, I'm stupid. I'm editing the C++ code thinking that I'm in the right place. Okay, let's go back to Rust. Yeah. Anyway, the way you do this in C++ is something like a ternary, right? You would say this equals, does that equal that? Then it's that or this, right? So the Rust equivalent of that is you put in an if, a bracket, and then you be nice and indent, or put on multiple lines and have an else. That's the equivalent. So, and then we don't need parentheses, because Rust hates extra parentheses. And because we're outside of here, we have to do a little bit more checking. It has to not only be the first character, but it can't be empty. I used the wrong word, Nightshade dude. What should I have said? Maybe because I'm tired. Rust++. Yeah. So, it can't be empty. Do we have an empty check? We don't have an empty check. What if it is empty? If it was empty, we would have stayed in the first character state, right? Which is valid. We just get an empty string. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. We can say if this is not, if this is empty, or its first character equals that. And here I think I will put different, ooh, this is gonna look ugly any way I do it. Like that. Maybe. It's going to complain to me about the unnecessary parentheses. You know, for now, I would just like it to be quiet, so please allow my unused parentheses for now. Please. Okay, thanks. Okay, now what's wrong with this one? Well, we can't index it. All right. Actually, if I do the chars nth, would it handle this for me? Let's see. .chars.n and do first. No, nth 0. Unwrap, right? Yeah, that's what I was expecting. And there's a shorthand for this apparently. That's what the yellow squiggly means. Oh, there we go. Just called next. And is it again complaining about the parentheses? Oh, starts with. Oh, it's even better. Please. Does that handle if it's empty? It does, because it's not, it's infallible, so I don't need this empty check. Okay, that's even better, so then I don't need this junk. I can just do that. If it starts with that, it's an IP literal, otherwise it's not, and then we get rid of the first character state. Wait a minute. Is that the only time we set host as reg name? Oh, interesting. Why do I have this extra flag here? Yeah, starts with, yeah. The Clippy teaches me lots of things every day. Okay, biddies! How am I so good at coding? I wouldn't say I'm good. Everything's relative. I've been doing this a long time though, if it looks like I'm doing it well. It might just be because I've been doing this for a while. I don't know. I feel like I'm failing left and right. We all hold each other at different expectations, right? I kind of hold myself at a high level of expectation. But thank you for the bits. And hello, by the way. I haven't said hi to you yet. It's your boy, YTX. All right, so yeah, I need to wrap up the stream soon because it's my turn to cook dinner for the family. Actually, I need to figure out what I'm going to cook. Probably the... Yeah. I gotta cook something. Tandoori chicken, probably. Alright, anyway, let's see. Yeah, I can fold this in, right? So I can say this. False. True. And then I don't... How come it says it's unused? It is used. Oh, because I shattered it by accident there. Okay, there we go. So I don't need this first character state at all. So then I eliminate this. So it's true if it's not an IP literal. Got it. All right. Cool. I got an error though. Right, because of that. All right, let's try to run the test. There we go. It passes. So there's a lot of work to get the first test passed because they actually do require a lot. This requires taking apart the scheme, the host, and the path into segments and everything, right? So I'm hoping that once we get a few of these tests to pass, the rest of it is just, you know, instead of using URI parse, I use my own, and it just works. Let me see. So there's no try from. I don't need to do this map, I just do scheme. Okay, in path, it is just this. I'll have to figure out how to do away with this stupid sugar stuff. But to vec. Too many brackets. No. Not enough brackets. That. Right. Run that test. There we go. It passes right away. Cool. We just keep running down. Can I show the game before I go? Yeah, sure. I could do that right now. So, once I build my components in Rust back up to the level where I'm building stuff again, I'm going to be contributing that work into the game I've been developing called Omni Reigna, which you can get to from here. And this is a larger system made of many components: web servers, web sockets, database, authentication systems. So it took me about a year to get to this point from scratch, and I'm going to get back to it but what I want to have the capability of is to do new things in Rust in this game. So some of the things I want to do require a lot of the low-level components to have Rust equivalents. So once I have them, we'll be working on this again. But yeah, here it is. I don't know what you want me to say about it other than you can log in now and talk to this NPC called George. He'll lead you around and kill these slimes for you if you want. And as an admin, I can just hop around and see who's online. No one's playing right now. That's fine. But this has been a lifelong goal to me, to make a game that's like what I grew up with. Oh, here you come? Okay. Anyway, it looks simple. Anything in computers can look simple. In fact, our goal as programmers is usually that what we make should look simple to a user, because users don't want to use complicated things. They want to use simple things. Did you play Mediva? This is Ultima that was inspiring this. So the tiles and some of the art style is from the old Ultima games, but I never played Mediva. I'm not sure what that is. There are a few other games that were like that genre, like Deathlord was one that I know of. I've heard of, like, Tibia was sort of like this. What is it? Tome looks kind of similar to this in a way, but a little bit more advanced, I guess. This is like, this style, this is from the late 1980s, so a long time ago. There's a reason why I have gray in my beard. I've been around a while. So yeah, This is multiplayer. This is like the 4th iteration of this game. So when I started, it was just single player on the Apple II computer, and then I progressed to the IBM, x86, and then recently I've been trying to throw multiplayer elements into it. It's just a lifelong goal for me to have an environment and a platform where I can make a gaming experience similar to what I grew up with, and to really challenge myself programming-wise. So this has to operate on the web. It's running in Amazon Web Services. You're able to connect to it, authenticate either through making an account with a password or through Twitch. And you should be able to see other players, like there's another player in the game right now. And they are authenticated with Twitch, so I'll go ahead and... where's my unmask? There it is. I don't want to delete you. And where are you? Oh, you're right there. You just popped into the world there. Yeah, you went through the magic door that leads you to this world. So there's supposed to be more story, dialogue to let you know what's going on. So that's missing right now. You think of the game world right now, it's all a test environment. When it's ready for people to actually play who aren't involved in the beta testing, so to speak, there will be a lot more intro, a lot more explanation about what keys do what the heck's going on. Right now, there's none of that. So yeah, you'll have to figure out how to fight the slimes, or how to talk to George, because there's no tutorial built in yet. You could figure it out if you played around long enough with it. It's like the keys on the bottom. There's one that says talk, another one that says attack, and by talking to some of these NPCs, you can get them to do things or have them give you items, that kind of thing. Looks like you're dead, Uber Unix. I'm sorry. We can heal you though. If I remember how to do this, it's heal Uber Unix, and I had to put Lua in front. There, you're alive again, and once again being assaulted by that nasty slime. Well, you're just standing there not attacking. Yeah, I think it's Q to attack. Anyway. We can save you, by the way, if I can remember how to use my own tools here. Before you die, I need to figure out how to save you. Yeah. Oh, you're already dead. Lua, heal, Uber Unix. Now let me airlift you. There, I teleported you to safety. Get the dialogue to go away? Hit escape. Or you might have run into a bug. I actually have a prototype built-in issue tracking report thing, so you could open an issue and say, hey, I can't get out of the dialogue. This is how I got into that situation. Oh, there we go. Player 974 is kicking butt there. So why people show up at first without their name showing is, like, for example, 974, probably a great person, but I don't know, could be a troll. Their name might be something inappropriate, so they're masked at first. Although if you authenticate through Twitch, I can kind of trace it back to someone in chat. So if you did pick a naughty word, I could time you out or something. And so I'm generally more trusting if I at least know who you are on Twitch. But like 974, I'm not sure who they are, so yeah, they're probably going to be masked. Masked players can't talk in the in-game chat, and their names don't show up. But they can do everything else. Anyway, that's the game so far, and there's a couple areas to explore and some secrets there, but not a whole lot. It's still a test area. So yeah. Let me finish a few more things, then I'll wrap up the stream and continue working on this tomorrow. Oh no! It's your boy's dead! Quick, heal. It's ya boy, YTX. You're alive again. Or was it someone else who was dead? There are two of you on top of each other. I'm not sure who's who. Let me move you both to safety. Okay, you're dead. It's your boy is alive. Okay. So I need to... 974. Actually, will this even work? Yeah, it works. Anyway, I hope to get back to where I'm advancing the progress of this game, but right now I kind of set myself back a little bit because I switched programming languages. The game as it is doesn't use Rust at all except for a few automation tools. Oh, they're attacking those orcs. We'll leave them to it. I'm gonna get back to this. I think I just wanted to wrap things up today by trying out a few more unit tests. And then I need to go through and switch all the other test cases to use my code instead of URI parse. And I'll probably keep that for tomorrow because it's going to be a little bit tedious. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so this one, I think we can just say URI parse here. And then the path, okay, these all have to be adapted then. So this is address of at least that. Let's just do these one at a time. And just say 2vec at this point. That might be a little bit easier. Okay, these are multi-step, so oh wait, what am I doing? I can't do this test as it is because it's using it for both input and output. Okay. Let me look at the original one that I had. Path corner, not this file. Path corner cases. Yeah, so I originally had path in, path out because the types are different. In URI parse, they were the same. So I need to change this. Let's put it back to the way it was. All right, so test vector, we have path in is static slice. Whoops, I don't think I meant to press that. And to press that. Okay, path out is static slice to a bunch of slices, right? Let's see if I get this right. I hope I got that right. Okay, so then these all have to say test vector path in colon space, and then all of them have commas, and then they all have path out is some kind of slice to something. Okay, at least that works. And so for an empty one, we get an empty slice. For this one, we actually have something in there. B as a slice. Yeah, this syntax is very cumbersome. I need to fix this. Anyway, this one's empty and then foo, and this one's foo and then empty. I think I made a mistake. Oh, too many close braces. Yep. Okay. I guess I got the type wrong. Okay, so that should be this. There we go. So this is test vector dot path in, and this is test vector dot path out. And I need to do a 2vec, I think. No? That worked up here. What's the difference? Can't compare those two vectors. Oh. That's right. I have to... Oh no, wait a minute. It worked up here. What did I do differently down here? That's how you do a static slice. That's what that is, right? Somehow it thinks I did a... Oh, wait. Path is a vector of vectors? Yeah, and this one's should have been. Maybe I got the type of this wrong, so... Well, we know what it should be. So what is it when I do 2vec? I know it's unresolved, but what is the type? I just want to know what the type is. It's not unknown, it's something. Okay. This is maybe a sign that I need to take a break. Can't compare. Oh wait, is it because I'm missing a reference? There we go. Now these are wrong. Temporary value dropped while borrowing. That's because I have too many of these. Right? No, that's not it. Is it that? No. Oh, is it because of the static? I should just remove the static. Hold on. I think so. But then this is a problem, right? It needs a lifetime specifier there. You know, I could just do a 2vec inside of here, and then that would fix it. So, yes. What if I just do that? So, vec u8. And then I'm required here now to do 2vec on all these. Gross. I don't want to have to do that. Okay. Why not? Is it because it doesn't know the type there? Expected vector of vectors. Vec u8. Nope. All right. This is probably futile for me to try to fix this right now. I really do need to get rid of this grossness. I think I'm going to punt on this test for now. Punt. To do. Fix this test. All right, let me do one more here. This one should be fine. So, URI parse. That's okay. Okay, so I should not need to do that, and I should just be able to do that. But knowing that it might have non-Unicode characters, it's a binary. And then we need to borrow it. Nope. Missing something else. Oh, right. I need to slice it. Okay, that's another thing I need to fix. Oh, we have no method called port. Okay, let's add one. We have a method for host. Let's add one for port. Okay. Pub function port self gives you an option U16. And then you need to use it. Why did you get the port number and then throw it away? All right, so we're going to return a self.port. Oh, sort. No, we need to pull it out of the authority, right? So the same thing I do in host. Rather than figure it out again, I'm just going to look at what I did. What am I coding? I am coding a library in Rust to, I wish I could keep it on the same page, to parse strings that look like this, that go in the address for your web browser, places in web servers and web clients where we specify like websites and paths and websites, pulling apart the string into the various pieces. I'm doing it in Rust to learn. Also, I found that the Rust libraries that are out there already that do this have some problems that I don't like. Now, this is Rust, the programming language. So, do I have a link for that? I don't have a link for the programming language itself. Why not? If you want to learn more about it, you usually have to add lang to it. Otherwise, yeah, you will end up looking at Rust the game. FQD and parser, yeah. Although we're doing the whole URI, not just the domain names. In fact, I'm really not doing much with the domain names. I'm just passing it through. It just has to meet all of the requirements that this specification says, and I think all it says for host is it's got to be either an IP address or a registered name, and a registered name, I think the only thing it cares about is it be a sequence of characters from these character sets. The unreserved, the percent coded, or the sub-delimiters. So it doesn't get into any of that, is it qualified or not, and all that jazz. You're actually parsing a subset of TOML. TOML is supposed to be pretty easy to parse, right? Yeah, that does sound like fun, if you like parsers. Okay, so my function host, where is it? There it is. Right, I'm just going to use this easy way to do it. All right. If let some authority, then we're getting the some authority port. And we don't need a reference to it because we can copy. Is it not going to let me do that? Oh, it's also optional. So then I have to have it nested. If let some port equals authority.port, then some port. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I don't need to do this. Don't I just say authority.port? There we go. I don't know what I'm thinking. Just having fun working in a language. Yeah. So that's a big reason about why I'm coding this. So to answer the what, it's a parser for universal or uniform resource identifiers. So it's super nerdy and all that. The why is that I want to get some practice with this particular programming language, which is called Rust, which you can read about more on that rust-lang.org. All right, let's go back to my test. This is an old bookmark. The real test is down here somewhere, right here. And it passed. Okay, it passed. So do the next one. Does not have a port number. Yeah, why not? Okay, so this one does not have a port number. So I'm just going to copy these two lines because the only difference is that instead of some, it's none. Right? I think that's the only difference there. Passed, yay. Pretty cool making stuff based off of the RFCs. Yeah, that's something I'm actually very passionate about. I did that a lot on my last job too. I implemented the session interface? SIP. I implemented SIP, and that was really, initiation. This is a really fun standard because even though it's extremely long, it's 269 pages long, this protocol lets you make phone calls on the internet. It's not all-encompassing. It relies on a few other protocols, but it's basically how you make and answer phone calls. So, and it borrows a lot from other protocols. So you see like it uses URIs, right? Only they have the SIP scheme, and they kind of look like email addresses too. And they have headers like HTTP. Yeah, so I implemented this protocol, and then you need either the real-time protocol with some audio-video extensions to it. You'll end up having two different planes, so to speak. There's the control plane, which this protocol uses to like basically the signaling, like, hey, I want to call you. No, I don't want to answer your call right now. Or, okay, I'll answer, but what audio codec do you want to use? You want to use this from pick one of these set, all that stuff. That's the control plane that this protocol is for. And then there's the data plane, which is how do you encode and decode audio. So that's a different set of protocols. But yeah, it was really fun for me to basically from scratch implement these protocols, because the company I was at hated using open source, didn't have their own library. So like, okay, I got to implement it somehow. I guess I have to do it myself. So yeah, I built this up and we could make phone calls with it, and we used our own audio codecs. It was real fun. And I got a passion for trying to understand and implement different standards. I also did MPEG-2 transport stream, which is how digital television is encoded. If you're ever curious about that, that is an IEEE standard. MPEG-2 transport stream is... Oh, it's actually also in the ITU. H.222. But it's also... there's an IEEE equivalent of that. I thought. Maybe not. Well, the ITU standard is easier to get anyway. So, yeah, digital video and, digital TV, I'll use this. This is, American television standard or something like that. Yeah. Once you start understanding these standards, it's really cool because you start to understand how things work on the internet, especially things like streaming video, phone calls, that kind of thing. Anyway, back to... I'm going to finish up my work. I need to cook dinner. One more test, maybe? This test worked, right? Yeah. Okay, one more. I'm going to use my class instead of URI parse. These are ones that just have no port number. Oh, this is just parse it twice? Okay, this is stupid, but I'll just do it anyway. I think I had this test because the original code reused the same instance of URI instead of doing a factory, and I had a bug. What's the most difficult software we've ever written? Probably the stuff I just talked about, the SIP and the MPEG-2, because they're really, really complicated. They don't stand by themselves. Like, sure, you can implement the signaling protocol, but if you don't have a video audio codec, you can't do anything with it other than, oh yeah, here's a video stream. I don't know what's in it, but here it is. So to get like a real working application, like we had a video player, right? It could take in a transport stream, bit stream, and fully decode it down to showing you the video. And it's extremely complex because there's multiple standards and you have to do them all, or find libraries out there that do them. You know, if you don't want to have to do them all yourself and you're okay with open source, the very best library for that is FFmpeg. This is the way to go if you ever want to do audio video open source. It's extremely well designed. They even have, you probably have used this, right, to do video audio conversion stuff. You can also play audio, and the low-level libraries handle like all the just frame-by-frame encoding and decoding. It's really cool. Anyway, that stuff is really, really complicated. It's probably the most difficult stuff I've worked with. Yeah, the company I was at, they hated open source, so we had to do everything from scratch if it wasn't built in-house or if we didn't have a commercial license for it. You know, I'm okay with that. I like doing stuff from scratch. Maybe that's how I got an affinity towards writing stuff from scratch, is because I had to. Okay, that was a silly test. Is this also a silly one? Okay, this is one where the port number doesn't match. This is not a silly one. I should do this one. And this one too while we're at it. These tests should both work. That one passed. That one passed. Cool. We're making progress. Okay, here's another one. We can do this one. And this one too. These should all work. These are called corner cases, by the way, where you test values that are right on the edge of failing. And, you know, 65535 is the highest numbered port number you possibly have according to the standard, because it's the largest number you can put into 16 bits unsigned, right? So 65536 would require 17 bits, so it's going to fail. And here's another, not really a corner case, but more like you shouldn't try to parse a negative number because that would be silly. And here's another one that doesn't have a path at all. These should both work. All right. I think I need to call it there because this test is probably going to fail because I don't have an isRelativeReference function defined yet. This is probably a good time to call it a day and come back at this tomorrow. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. I've had so much fun. I hope you guys have too. I don't want to just leave you with dead air, so let me go find another streamer who might be doing something fun. Yay? Oh, you're welcome, Above Seagull. I'm glad you're here having fun, I hope. Let's see. Who might we... Is there someone in the Rust Stations team? I hope I'm not the only one again. I'm the only one again. It must be this time of day. When I was watching Twitch earlier today, there were like 3 other people in the Rust team. And now it's just me. I haven't rated RW Grim in a while, that's true. And I just closed my window. Let me open it again. Should we just raid RW Grim? Sure, that sounds good to me. Alright, so let me get the link. Mute for a second. Alright, so we're going to be raiding RW Grim. He works on open source coding. He's also one of the developers of Pigeon, which is an instant messaging client. Looks like today he's doing random Pigeon plugin stuff with C and GTK. So it's not Rust, but great coding guy, so I hope you have fun there. I don't know this other streamer, but I will check them out later. I like to check out new streamers who I don't know who are doing programming. Alright, so let me set up this raid. I gotta go cook dinner. I'll be back tomorrow probably. Might actually be on earlier because I had to get up earlier. RW Grim, here we go. Starting the raid. I'm in Pacific time. I'll probably be starting around 9 a.m. Yeah, probably. Unless I have something else I need to do. I started late today, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon my time. So I'll probably be starting at 9 a.m. What's that? Around 6 p.m. in Europe somewhere. We'll see. Anyway, the raid's about to go, so enjoy RW Grim stream and take it easy. Thanks for being here. See you next time. Bye. Bye bye. How long do I have to say bye bye? Bye. Bye.